When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short. And then one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me in the flesh. A hero who looked at the horizon and beyond and saw I knew not what. All I knew was that I would give anything to stand at that hero's side. The glory of the heavens was ever beyond the grasp of those who never thought to reach for it. But if I have gained anything from all of this, it is the courage to stretch out my hand.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more. To dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt, the one true struggle.
To strive for a dream you will never see, to sow seeds that others might one day taste the fruits of your garden, that is the beauty of your kind.
Everything we did, everything we gave, what was it for? I hope you'll have a better answer than this when all's said and done.
You will remain as you are while I dispatch these villains.
We Ascians know because it is our history, our story.
Do you suppose your deeds will warrant an addition to this collection? Or some other kind of monument?
Am I cast out? But it is you!
A war waged without knowledge of the enemy is no war. It is mere bloodlet.
I don't know about the world, but I never asked to be saved.
Look instead to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Not another step! Your fight is with me!
Look at me! I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you, fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace. For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away, but that is no reason for us to forsake it.
I am fine. Better than fine! Hale and hearty and still alive to mourn those who are not, who I failed to protect when they needed me most.
Fight and struggle. Seek salvation by your own hands. Though the losses be grave, endure them. Though the victories be hollow, claim them.
My heart's sole desire is a world free of sorrow.
Yours is a long road, my friend, and it stretches onto places beyond imagining. With your every step, these grand adventures shall grow more distant and faint, and there may come a day when you forget the faces and voices of those you have met along the way. On that day, I bid you remember this, that no matter how far your journey may take you, you stand where you stand by virtue of the road you walked to get there. For in times of hardship, when you fear you cannot go on, the joy you have known the pain you have felt, the prayers you have whispered and answered, they shall ever be your strength and your comfort.
The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. But you are not here to see it.
Thank you for fighting for this world, for believing.
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? Could you save our worlds?
Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live.
This world is not yours to end. This is our future, our story.
Come, warrior of darkness! Let us finish this!
Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
Oh boy, here we are. Shadowbringers. Are you ready? Because I'm not ready. I know there are probably a lot of expectations from fans about this video, which isn't really a surprise. Shadowbringers is probably the most beloved of the expansions by the community, and there's a good reason for that. Shadowbringers is maybe one of the darkest and most emotional Final Fantasy stories ever told. There's a reason the community has given it the affectionate nickname Feelsbringers. Getting through it can be emotionally draining and exhausting. I can't even begin to explain what it was like for me going through the story again just to record the footage for this video. Apologies in advance, but I have a feeling that this video is going to be quite a bit longer than the previous videos, as there are so many things I need to talk about when it comes to this behemoth of an expansion. There are also a lot of things that I might miss or not be able to get to, and this is bound to be a disappointing video for some people for whom Shadowbringers may mean something different. So, before we get started, I'm going to put a huge disclaimer on this video. I can only speak to my own experience and what I personally got out of this game. Media criticism is a complicated genre, and certain themes will resonate more strongly with some people than it will with others. So if I don't touch on what you hope I will, or don't analyze it well enough, well, I'm sorry. I encourage you to go and make your own video because I'm sure we could all fill volumes about this game. Anyway, now that we got that out of the way, let's talk about what makes Shadowbringers different. The writing for Final Fantasy XIV has always been stellar since they found their stride with Heavensward. But if Heavensward set the bar for how the writing was going to be for the game going forward, Shadowbringers is where the developers really started to flex their muscles and showed what they could do. It feels almost like a response to the criticisms of Stormblood. Stormblood was a big, sweeping epic that took us on a globe-trotting adventure with a huge cast of characters. While the story got dark at points in Stormblood, it always felt like it ultimately fell on the idealistic and optimistic side of things. So how does this compare to Shadowbringers?
Oh, my sweet summer child.
You thought child abuse and sex slavery were dark? You haven't seen anything. Shadowbringers still does ultimately fall on the side of optimism for the future, but it pulls no punches when it comes to its cynical take on humanity, indulgence, the comfort of depression and acceptance in the face of catastrophe, and the slow decay of a static apocalypse. Oh yeah, did I mention that this is basically an apocalypse story? In contrast to Stormblood, the world of the first is relatively small and sparsely populated, due to most of the world being wiped out. This ultimately serves to its benefit as it makes the story feel much more intimate and it raises the stakes. In Stormblood, it felt like you were only acquainted with a handful of people in these huge nations, and while we empathized with their struggles, it was easy to distance yourself from the conflict, as when soldiers died, it was just faceless people dying. Not so with Shadowbringers. The people of the first feel very small and interconnected with one another. And while you may not know every single NPC personally, when they inevitably do start dying, it hits different. These aren't faceless soldiers. These are people with hopes and dreams, fighting for a future that they will now, unfortunately, never get to see. And that realization hits like a ton of bricks. The other main benefit of narrowing the scope of the story is the characters we do focus on get vastly more development than they would have otherwise. Shadowbringers in many ways is the Scions expansion. Before, the 5 main scions would get their moments in the spotlight for maybe an arc or two, but aside from Alphinaud, were never really worthy of their own section of analysis. Well, spoiler alert, that's going to change for this video. Every single one of them is getting their own analysis section. It's insane how Shadowbringers is able to juggle all of this, an engrossing story with incredibly high stakes, making us feel for faceless NPCs, all while developing each and every main character. It never once feels rushed. Each story beat is tightly plotted, and unlike Stormblood, feels like it can take its time. We've done the setup, so now we can live in this moment for a while. So let's do that. The first thing to note going in is the player in Shadowbringers gets more opportunities to talk and offer their opinions on situations. This is part of a larger move to get the focus back on the Warrior of Light and their struggle. In Stormblood and even Heavensward, it can feel like the player is just kind of along for the ride, a witness to events rather than an active participant in the story. That changes drastically in this expansion. With the aid of Tataru and Noah, the archaeological group that focuses on studying the Crystal Tower, you find the beacon left for you by the mysterious Crystal Exarch. Able to fix onto your position, the Exarch summons you across the rift where you are assaulted by memories of your past, including Haurchefant and Ardbert.
Oh, do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant! There's no freedom in that!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go! Your spirited accounts always comes in well good.
We did everything right! Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this!
Let the emotional manipulation commence. After being granted a brief vision of Minfilia's efforts to stem the flood of light on the first, you awake to find yourself at an oppressively bright land filled with striking purple-colored trees. After speaking with a traveling merchant who bears a striking resemblance to the one you met at the beginning of your journey, you learn that you have indeed arrived on the world of the First Shard. The light that flooded the land, though stopped by the efforts of Minfilia, Ardbert, and the Warriors of Darkness, still infects the land, keeping it in perpetual daylight. You also learn that it's been this way for about 100 years now. The kind merchant directs you to a nearby city called the Crystarium that seems to have its own crystal tower. Upon arriving at the city, you learn the second crucial thing about this hellscape. People and animals infected with the light become mindless beasts called Sin Eaters that seek to only kill the remaining survivors to feast on their sweet, sweet ether. Turns out one of said Sin Eaters ate the merchant that you met previously. We're off to a great start. It is then that you are introduced to Lena, a no-nonsense captain of the guard who doesn't trust your intentions and refuses to allow you entry until the Exarch shows up, explaining that you are with him. He then explains that 100 years ago, Ardbert and his fellow warriors eliminated the last of the darkness in the world, which triggered a flood of light, wiping out 95% of the world before Minfilia and the warriors were able to cease its tide and protect the continent of Norvrand, a mirror of Eorzea on the source. The other scions arrived some time ago, but because time flows differently on the first than it does on the source, they have been here for years. Thancred has been on the first for about 5 years, Y'shtola and Urianger for 3 years, and Alphinaud and Alisaie for about a year. Fortunately, the time distortion is reaching an equilibrium, so the time in the first has now become roughly analogous to time on the source. He then introduces you to the various citizens of the Crystarium, including the excitable pixie Feoul, who I absolutely adore. An interesting thing to note about the Fae in this world is that they all use gender-neutral pronouns, regardless of how they may present physically. It was an unexpected development to see Final Fantasy play with the topics of gender identity, but not an unwelcome one. Feoul makes a pact with you, allowing you to more easily communicate with your friends on the source, and as a way to explain how you can still interact with the marketplace. It's awesome when developers do this gameplay and story integration, and it's something that Shadowbringers toys with a lot.
From this moment forth I will be your Isnefis, and you my Snayak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other.
After getting acquainted with the city, the Exarch shows you to your room for you to rest, and it is here that you reunite with an old acquaintance, Ardbert, the original warrior of darkness you fought back in Heavensward. He comes to you revealing that he may be dead, but his spirit continues to linger. His companions gave themselves over to Minfilia in the efforts to stop the flood, but Minfilia refused to take his spirit, forcing him to linger with madness for over a century. He also reveals his real name is Ardbert with a D, because I guess the developers realized that Ardbert feels weird to say. You are also the first person in over a century that can both see and hear him, and he has no idea why. He says that he'll be watching you and offering insight where he can, but feels any effort to save the first is doomed to failure.
But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Meeting back with the Exarch, he explains that the time has come to gather up the Scions, as now that you are here, the efforts to save the first and forestall an 8th Umbral calamity on the Source are able to proceed. You are given the choice as to whether to visit Alisaie or Alphinaud first. Alisaie is the correct option, in case you were wondering. The province of Amarang, where Alisaie resides, is a better introduction to Shadowbringers, its tone, as well as the overall world of the First and the people that inhabit it. You journey to Amarang, a desert area that acts as a mirror for Thanalan and Ul'dah in the Source. Now seems like a good time to talk about Shadowbringers' masterful use of atmosphere. Especially in Amarang, the music, level design, and ever-present hum of the everlasting light above emphasize a desolate and apocalyptic atmosphere. We'll talk a little bit later about the music, but the Amarang track in particular is a standout. It accomplishes so much with so little. It seems to have a haunting quality, a mixture of nostalgia, melancholy, and a once glorious nation brought so low washes over us as soon as we enter. The sole female vocal performance gives it an otherworldly or ethereal quality, like the sound of a ghost lamenting better days gone by. This then adds to the harsh sands made brighter by the oppressive light overhead that makes the desert feel hotter than any real-life wasteland. The shattered buildings in the distance and, of course, the imposing wall of light reminds us just how close this whole world was to being completely annihilated. All of this adds to the overall theme of the expansion, the mood it is trying to set, and the struggles of a people who have given up all semblance of hope for a better existence. It's heartbreaking, and we haven't even talked to anyone yet. We are then directed to a nearby settlement of Mordsuk, inhabited by what we would refer to as kobolds on the Source. It is here that we are given a startling realization. The quote-unquote beast tribes of the Source that we always saw as primitive, hostile enemies are in fact just another race here on the First. It's a sobering wake-up call of just how racist and prejudiced the people of the Source really are. We never really saw these people as being able to be part of regular civilization because we were never afforded that opportunity. Indeed, later on we discover that one of the quote-unquote civilized races of the Source have in fact a mirror race here as well. The Lalafels on the Source, who hold absolute power in Ul'dah on the Source, are here referred to as the Dwarfs, and considered to be a lesser beast race by the people of this world. This feeds into a larger theme of the expansion, how often our perspective can fool us into thinking a certain lifestyle or goal is normal or even just. Flipping that perspective on its head shows us the truth. Everyone considers themselves the hero because they are only able to see from their own narrow-minded viewpoint. But one man's savage is another man's neighbor. One man's hero is another's villain. Keep this in mind as we continue. After chatting up the locals, you're introduced to a bright and kind young woman full of life named Tesleen. She works at a nearby sanitarium for people who have been infected by the light, and it just so happens that Alisaie has been volunteering her time there. The sanitarium, or Inn at Journey's Head, as it is called, is an exercise in tragic futility. The people here are at various stages of catatonia, conscious and able to see their surroundings but unable to express themselves. The most foregone of these patients is a young boy named Halric, a poor child who has a creepy 1,000-yard stare and is unable to react to any stimuli around him. Meeting up with Alisaie, who has been hunting sin eaters and driving them away from the sanitarium, she explains how the light causes a person's ether to slowly come to a state of complete stasis. Once this process is complete, it turns the person into a sin eater. There is no known way to reverse the process once it has started, so the doctors merely work to make their patients as comfortable as possible, before eventually feeding them their favorite food laced with poison so they can die peacefully. Well, fuck. I was not expecting this amount of depression in my video game. Alisaie then shows you what lays beyond the wall of crystallized light. A barren and lifeless wasteland called the Empty that has been completely stripped of all form and life, erased like lines off a chalkboard by the oppressive power of the light. Upon returning to the clinic, however, you discover that the young boy Hauric has gone missing. You and Alisaie begin a desperate hunt for the poor boy, eventually finding him being confronted by a particularly large type of sin eater that is able to call its brethren into action. You and Alisaie are too far away to intervene before it attempts to strike the boy down. Fortunately, Tesleen intervenes just at the right time to rescue him, and, well...
We have to run! Tesleen, no!
Oh, but it's not over. Prepare for one of the most disturbing cutscenes I have ever seen in this game. I had to watch it, now you do too.
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
Yeah, so there's a reason this moment is dubbed by the community as the Welcome to Shadowbringers moment. And man, oh man, is it a wake-up call. A herald of the kind of shit that we are in for and how the writers plan to hold nothing back. It masterfully sets the tone and the stakes for the rest of the expansion. We've seen the horror of the light and the Sin Eaters and how there is almost nothing we can do to fight it. It's an existential threat on a level we have never seen before. This isn't like fighting Thordan, a man obsessed with his idea of righteousness, nor is it a challenging foe like Xenos who strives for ever more epic battles. We are fighting against the very idea of stasis, apathy, despair, and depression itself. The people have never even been given a fighting chance. It is like trying to fight nature itself or a disease that has no obvious cure. It has no goal, no higher authority it answers to, it merely exists, and its sole purpose is eradication and annihilation. Gee, I wonder how we can possibly relate to that. Let's talk about Tesleen's death in more detail and why I believe it is done so expertly, and why it hits so hard. I hate to compare this to Conrad's death again, as it is like comparing a fast food burger to a fine cut of steak, but I feel it is a good contrast. Conrad's death felt pointless and unearned. It didn't feel like we as the audience had any reason to care about Conrad's death because we were given no reason to care about Conrad at all. Despite getting to know him for an entire expansion, it felt like all we got was surface-level knowledge about him. His death also did nothing to advance the theme, but felt more like a tool to advance the plot. Despite us knowing Tesleen for a little more than an hour, her death, by comparison, feels powerful and devastating. We get to know Tesleen a bit before her death, and what we learn is the story of a woman who should have been broken by the tragic events she witnessed. She had to treat her mother as she slowly descended into an infection of the light, seeing her lose herself to the affliction until she was almost unrecognizable. Anyone who has had to watch a close relative suffer through a debilitating disease like Alzheimer's, dementia, or even Parkinson's can probably relate to what Tessalina had to go through. After going through all of that and watching similar stories play out in front of her every single day, no one would blame Tessalina if she had succumbed to despair and hopelessness, but she never does. She lives by the mantra that everyone deserves happiness wherever they can find it, and that the time left to you is precious, and that's what makes her death so devastating. This spark of optimism, this hope for the future that should be nurtured and kindled in this age of hopelessness and despair, is instead snuffed out in an instant. There is a reason this world has lived in a state of abject despair. Any semblance of hope that they may have is quickly taken away from them, and even the people's brightest lights who do their best to guide others in the darkness are extinguished with barely a sense of pageantry, and then just as quickly turned on the very people they worked their whole life to protect. This is masterful. This is heartbreaking. This is how you use character death effectively. Tesline's death is not a tool used to advance the plot, but instead used to advance the theme of Shadowbringers, finding hope through deepest despair. After this horrific series of events, Alisaie brings Halric back to the clinic and announces that it is time for her to leave and help you with your mission. It's clear that she blames herself for what happened with Tesline and is using you to power through her guilt and grief, but hey, that's what friends are for, right? You then head to the province of Calusia, a mirror to the island nation of Limsa Lominsa on the source. On the surface, Calusia seems to be doing marginally better than Amarang. There are several villages that try to subsist on what little farming they can. Additionally, the nearby city of Eulmore lures people to its gates with the promise of hopefully being invited to its exclusive paradise. It is in one of the small farming villages that you reunite with Alphinaud. Though happy to see you, he is somewhat burdened by the dismal state the people of Calusia actually live in. The few villages that exist are growing smaller and smaller as more people abandon their hard lives to seek entry into Eulmore. To make things worse, the Sin Eaters here seem more rampant than anywhere else, and it's all you can do to save a poor old woman living in an abandoned village. Alphinaud has been trying to investigate Eulmore to see if it really lives up to its promises, but gaining is no easy feat. Eulmore is inhabited by wealthy, free citizens who live a life of luxury and hedonism. Poorer folk seeking to enter the city live in the slums outside the gate, aptly called Gate Town, hoping to be invited in. Gate Town citizens are only invited in when a free citizen requires their services, such as a barber or a butler or a cook. These invited people are termed the bonded and are beholden to their employers and their whims. Whenever a person is chosen, two jester-like individuals called the Blue and Red Jongalore enter the town and announce the request in rhyme, just in case you were doubting how creepy this place actually is. Once a person is chosen, the Jongalore celebrate by gifting the starving populace with rations of a mysterious bread-like substance called meal. Alphinaud is disturbed by this whole ritual but has a plan to get into the city. He brokered a deal with a nearby fish people called the Ondo, who have offered to trade him pearls in exchange for basic food. Unfortunately, as you go to settle the deal, you discover that a catboy named Kai Shear overheard the plan and tried to steal it from you. Kai Shear explains that he and his friends made a promise to each other that they would make it inside the city, but he's now the only one left outside and he has become desperate. Alphinaud, ever the softy, allows Kai Shear to take his plan. Back to square one, you and Alphinaud discuss what to do next when you spot a half-drowned man washed up on the shore below. After reviving him, the man reveals his name to be Tristal, and that he was a painter in the employ of a couple called the Chais. Like, the tea? The Chais found his work to be unsatisfactory, so fired him. Turns out being fired from Eulmore means you are thrown from the top balcony into the ocean below. Well, that's a horrible severance package. I know a few old bosses who would have loved to use this method. Tristal gives you his paintbrush as thanks, and Alphinaud manages to get you both invited into the city by posing as a new painter for the Chais with you as his assistant. It is then that you are introduced to Lord Chai News and Lady Dulia Chai, two cat people that are maybe one of the most complex and nuanced characters in this expansion. While despicable now, they grow into strong and fleshed out characters in their own right. But right now, we gotta deal with what we have. Jainuz is a bitter aristocrat with impossibly high standards, while his wife Dulia is a wonderful ray of sunshine who is absolutely smitten with Alphinaud. She quickly takes to doting on him and dressing him up in new clothes like a little doll. As Alphinaud sets about painting, you are allowed to investigate the city. Eulmore is a paradoxical society. It is founded on and functions by exploiting societal inequities and wealth stratification. But the quote-unquote free citizens are also in many ways egalitarian. On speaking to them, it is clear that they value and appreciate the work their bonded do for them. They are under no illusion that their perfect society would still function if the bonded didn't do the vital work. They see it as a mutually beneficial relationship, and many of the bonded are so grateful to be lifted up from their shitty living standards that they offer no counter-argument. It's also clear that the citizens of Eulmore are sheltered from the darker parts of their society, like the rampant poverty that exists just outside their doorstep. The free citizens also surrender all of their holdings and wealth upon entering the city. In many ways, they are also living in a gilded cage, completely controlled by those in charge while living in a happy ignorance. Eulmore is at the same time a nation of children and a biting condemnation of rampant consumerism and capitalism. Something that sticks out about each of the 5 provinces you visit is that they all follow a pretty clear theming. Each province is an embodiment of the 5 stages of grief. If Amarang is a nation of depression, where those who live there struggle to find even the barest amount of hope in their wretched existence, Eulmore is, surprisingly, acceptance. Interestingly though, acceptance in this context is shown to be a bad thing. Acceptance is good when dealing with grief that has the potential to control your life. But acceptance with your lot in life merely because you are comfortable is not true acceptance. It is hedonism and decadence at the end of the world. Acceptance helps a person move on from trauma and reconstruct their life. It should not, however, be used as a crutch to avoid engaging with struggles that are difficult in order to improve your life or the world. Acceptance warped in this way is more like complacency, and it is something that those who suffer depression can all too often slide back into. Eulmore makes me physically ill. Every moment is insufferable, from the gaudy wealth that's on display, the sickening light that permeates everything, the repetitive music, and the treatment of its citizens both free and bonded. It is a miserable experience that makes you feel dirty for merely witnessing it. This is self-harm and hedonism on a city-wide scale. Anyone who has suffered through depression will instantly know this feeling. Eulmore is the living embodiment of lying in your bed all day, looking at your phone and eating ice cream because the thought of doing anything causes you immense anxiety. It's a vicious cycle, one that sees your brain trap you in this unwilling stasis. You feel depressed because you aren't doing anything, but you can't find the motivation to try because trying is hard and you may fail. And that's scarier than anything. And so you remain, a weak lump on the bed as the minutes and hours of your life waste away, never to return. That's Eulmore. That's what it's like to spend any time in this godforsaken city. In the course of your investigations, you come across a songbird, a bonded hired to sing for her master. She is unable to fulfill her duties though, as her voice has gone due to overuse. You seek treatment from an alchemist living below the city who cruelly laughs and says there is no helping her. He then tells you that many enter Eulmore, none leave. Well, that's encouraging. You go to break the news to the songbird, but find her employer feels bad for her and offers to plead with VIII, the ruler of the city, to ascend her. If you're wondering what the hell ascension means here, you clearly haven't been paying attention. It's bad, that's all you need to know. The songbird is nonetheless grateful and believes ascension to be the best thing one can wish for. Excuse me, I think I'm going to be sick. You return to Alphinaud to inform him on your discoveries, only to be interrupted when there is an announcement that a fraudulent citizen is about to be punished upstairs. You go to witness the events only to find Kai Shear bleeding to death on the floor in front of a disgustingly obese man named VIII. VIII is the leader of Eulmore and seems to have control over Cinedeers somehow. Alphinaud, ever the noble at heart, demands to know why VIII has Kai Shear bleeding to death on the floor, only for VIII to respond.
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished, and this man is guilty of fraud. To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that! Sin Eaters are part of Eulmore society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide.
Yes, this is literally a society where the rich eat the poor. Alphinaud is disgusted and attempts to heal Kaishir. This infuriates VIII, who demands that Alphinaud fulfill his duty and paint him a painting.
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Did that little worm just insult me? I'll kill them! I'll kill them all!
As VIII has this insane childish tantrum, a familiar figure can be seen in the background observing the proceedings. You and Alphinaud leave Eulmore much to Dulia Chai's dismay and return to the Crystarium to meet up with Alisaie and the Exarch. The Exarch then finally reveals to you his plan and why he summoned you to the First. In his journey through the Rift, Urianger received a vision of an 8th umbral calamity headed for the source caused by the Garlean's use of Black Rose. According to the Exarch, calamities come about due to the machinations of the Ascians. Because each of the 13 shards of Hydaelyn are intimately connected with the source, what happens on one of them has an effect on the prime material plane. If one of the 6 elements of earth, water, fire, wind, lightning, or ice, or unaspected light and darkness energy, grows out of balance on one of the shards, the energy from the shard begins to leak back into the source. The effects of this process are small at first. An excess of fire energy may cause droughts on the source, for example. Eventually, though, this excess reaches a tipping point and, well, I'll let the Exarch explain.
As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities.
So this is why the Ascians refer to what they are doing as the rejoining. They're not so much causing calamities for the sake of it, but seem to be trying to merge the disparate shards back with the source for some reason. They have succeeded 7 times, only failing with the 13th shard, which became the hell-like void. And it seems the first is the harbinger of the 8th umbral calamity. The first verges on a precipice and is teetering dangerously close to the conditions for rejoining. To stop this, the Exarch believes the 5 Light Wardens, the most powerful class of Sin Eaters that hold sway over the 5 provinces of Norvrand, must be destroyed. There's a problem, however. Anytime a Light Warden is destroyed, its huge abundance of light-aspected ether immediately infects the nearest host, morphing that person into a new Light Warden. The Exarch believes he has a solution to this problem, but it requires you. Before he can explain, Lena bursts in, declaring that the nearby town of Holminster Switch is under siege by a Light Warden and its Sin Eaters. You rush to aid the villagers in the first dungeon of the expansion. Along the way, you run into... No. Really? Oh, they're really holding nothing back. Upon defeating the Light Warden known as Philia, the light flows into you. It is then revealed why the Exarch needed you. As the champion of Hydaelyn and the bearer of the Blessing of Light, you and you alone have the power to absorb so much light energy and not be affected by it. You then dissipate some of the excess energy, returning night to Lakeland and the Crystarium for the first time in over a century.
Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
Whispers immediately begin to spread about the fabled Warrior of Darkness, a story many tell of a hero who guides souls to the afterlife and will one day return night to the people. It's hard to overstate just how powerful this moment is. We've been a hero since the beginning, but before this it's never really felt how important that role is for people. This is such a graceful and elegant way to set the stakes for this expansion. We've been given a deep glimpse at how these people suffer under the light's oppressive sway. Since arriving on the First, the light is always there. It's our constant companion, ever-present and overpowering. Even through the music, you can hear its constant humming, reminding you of the horrendous conditions these people have had to live with for over a century. And for the first time, that feeling and that sound is gone. The people's despair and apathy is replaced by something they haven't known for generations: hope. This is how you set stakes. We now have something worth fighting for. We aren't merely fighting to save the world, we are fighting to keep people's hope alive, to help them find the will to keep fighting and never accept their conditions as an inevitability, to help them find their best selves. The parallels to chronic depression should already be evident at this point, but let's continue on before I get too far off track. It's agreed that you should keep your involvement in the dispersing of the light a secret for now so as not to instill too much false hope or hero worship in the people just yet. Ardbert returns to your room to comment on the bitter irony of you and your friends now becoming warriors of darkness just like he and his friends were, but still believes that there's no hope for saving the First. Meanwhile, back on the Source, Estinian, who has been recruited by Tataru and Kryl to work for the Scions in your absence, crosses paths with Gaius while infiltrating one of the Black Rose chemical facilities. They agree to combine their efforts for now. Back on the First, you meet with the Exarch to discuss the next phase of the plan, but are interrupted by the arrival of a Eulmorean ambassador. The Exarch cloaks you and the twins in an invisibility spell as you are introduced to Ranjit, Vothri's general, right-hand man, and living weapon. He is a master of the martial arts style known as Gukumats. Yeah, it's silly sounding, just roll with it. He once fought against Sun Eaters and the Light, but Vothri's ascension caused him to change his outlook. It's clear that he hasn't come to negotiate, but to demand. Eulmore will not tolerate the destruction of the Light Wardens, and the Crystarium must hand over the Warrior of Darkness or Eulmore will declare war. He also seems to be able to see through the invisibility spell somehow. The Exarch muses on why Ranjit would not simply declare war then and there, and Lena speculates they are delaying due to finding the Oracle of Light in Lakeland. They most likely seek to capture her before going to war. An explanation is in order. After Minfilia sacrificed herself to stop the flood of light, she tried to keep a remnant of herself around to inspire hope in the people. Like an Ascian soul, Minfilia bonded with the spirits of young girls, granting them power and control over the light. They became elite warriors and leaders in their own right, with Eulmore guiding and protecting them. Ranjit personally trained and mentored several generations of Minfilias, but had to watch all of them die young in battle with the Sun Eaters. Something broke in the man, and he has instead moved to imprisoning the future oracles in the guise of their protection. It can be a bit confusing, as the woman who stopped the flood and was a scion is named Minfilia, and this little girl who becomes important to the plot is also named Minfilia. The fanbase have taken to calling her Miniphilia, which is cute but hard to say, so for our purposes, when I refer to Minfilia, I am talking about this pint-sized little powerhouse, and when we're talking about the Oracle of Light, I am referring to the older Minfilia. Got it? Cool. The Exarch decides he's done playing nice with Eulmore and isn't going to wait for them to declare war before making his move. A plan is made to rescue Minfilia from her captors using a special powder called Dream Powder to knock out the majority of the Eulmoran soldiers. Disguised as a soldier, you assault the camp and liberate Minfilia before coming face to face with Ranjit. The stubborn old man is almost your equal and seems poised to kill you before Thancred intervenes. Turns out he was the one who rescued Minfilia from her prison in the first place and has been on the run ever since, trying to protect her. Thancred is clearly outmatched, but he succeeds in distracting Ranjit long enough as a hidden Exarch teleports you all away. Ranjit attempts to follow, but the Exarch stalls him. As the two glower at each other, it is revealed that Solus Zos Galvus followed you from the source and seems perplexed as to how all this is happening and where exactly the Exarch came from and who he is. He decides an adjustment to the plan is required. Thancred leads you all to Eulmore, the Fairy Kingdom, where Ranjit will hopefully be hesitant to follow. Turns out Eulmore is not exactly the sanctuary you were hoping for. A heavy mist covers the landscape, and invisible pixies decide to make it their mission to mess with you. Thancred and Minfilia agree the best move is to seek out Urianger, who has made his residence here, but they somehow cannot remember where his house is, thanks to the machinations of the pixies. Thanks to some clever thinking by Thancred, you manage to bring the pixies out of hiding. The pixies agree to help you find Urianger if you play with them a bit. After a while, though, it becomes evident that the pixies have no intention of letting you go ever. Fortunately, you remember your pact you made with Feoul and summon them. Feoul is absolutely furious you didn't call them sooner and berates you for a bit before negotiating your safe passage. The pixies will let you go as long as they can play with the twins a bit longer. After arriving at his house, you reunite with a glowed-up Urianger sporting his new drip. Ah, the return of Urianger the Dilf. I am so sorry for that. Urianger wastes no time in explaining his vision in greater detail. According to Urianger's vision, the fighting between Eorzea and the Empire was destined to intensify, with the Alliance almost winning outright until the Garleans pull out their secret weapon, Black Rose. The effects of the gas devastated everyone on both sides, and thousands upon thousands died. What few survived descended upon each other and fought over the scraps while civilization completely collapsed. And no one stopped it because everyone that could was already dead, including every single scion and the Warrior of Light.
Were no more, for the weapon spared not one, not even thee.
Urianger then reveals exactly what all this has to do with the crisis on the first, and it's here where all that previous exposition and setup from the previous expansions finally pays off. As the Exarch explained, there are 6 elements, and the unaspected energies of Astral and Umbral. What gives Black Rose its potency, though, is the flood of light coming from the first. This made no sense to Urianger, as Astral is typically viewed as the element of activity, change, and growth. But Black Rose works by ceasing the activity of the ether in the body completely.
Thus was I moved to inquire what names said forces had been assigned. A simple question which yielded a most unexpected answer. Upon demanding the name of the pole aligned with activity and growth, I was told that as life's myriad colors combine to produce black, the people of the first had called it darkness. At this, did my mind begin to race. Yet 'twas only when I asked what name had been given to the pole aligned with passivity that mine eyes were opened to the truth. Peace and tranquility being as purest white, unmarred by color, I was told it had been given the name of light.
That's umbral light and astral darkness, yes? I'm no etherologist, but it strikes me that the nomenclature of the first is rooted in the generation of the two forces, while our own appears to focus on their effects. Which makes one wonder, have we had it backwards all this time?
So now it comes together. Umbral light is the cause of both Sin Eaters and how Black Rose gets its potency. The light that infects people of the first ceases the activity of a person's ether in an almost identical manner to how Black Rose functions. After Urianger originally revealed this to the Scions, they all agreed that preventing the first from rejoining was the top priority. the stakes and the goals laid out, the conversation then turns to Thancred and his parenting skills. Thancred gets the nickname Dadcred in this expansion due to his relationship with the little Minfilia. It quickly becomes clear that he's not doing such a good job. Earlier, they went to the old city of Nabatharang in Amarang, and Minfilia was possessed directly by the Oracle of Light. The Oracle of Light told him that Minfilia would eventually have a choice, to let the Oracle take complete control of her or fight her own battle alone. Knowing the implications, Thancred is unwilling to let the Oracle of Light die permanently. It's clear that Thancred struggles with his own feelings for the late Oracle of Light. It's implied he held romantic feelings for her before she ascended, and all he can see when he looks at little Minfilia is her. As a result, most of the expansion is him learning to come to terms with the fact that Minfilia and the Oracle of Light are two distinctly different people, and he needs to stop forcing his baggage and expectations on a literal child. Due to Minfilia seemingly not remembering the Oracle possessing her body, Thancred made the decision to keep her in the dark about what happened. Solid parenting. We're going to speed through some stuff as Eulmore is pretty boring overall and entirely too long. Turns out the Light Warden of Eulmore is the former king of the Fae known as Titania, who has been sealed in the big castle at the center of the lake by the different tribes of Fae. The Pixies surrender their peace after some bullying by Feo-Ul. The Fwath, water fairies, give their peace after unsuccessfully trying to drown you. And the Numo, a race of dogmen, give their peace after you help them with their enemies. You then find Minfilia on her own, where she discusses with you her feelings of inadequacy and how she knows that Thancred has been lying to her. It's a heartbreaking scene that really gets at the core of her struggle as a character. Minfilia struggles with her own identity. From a young age, she had her future and her destiny laid out for her. She was never even given her own identity. All she ever had was a legacy and a name that she was constantly pressured to live up to. And worse, the one person who should be there to guide her and nurture her is instead too focused on his own baggage and his expectations of a friend that no longer even really lives to help her grow into a fully realized person. When we first met Minfilia, there was a lot of concern that she would suffer from the same problems as Lys in Stormblood, but that couldn't be further from the truth. As will become evident, Minfilia's character arc is one of the strongest and most emotional of Shadowbringers. It's the story of a girl finding her own purpose and her own courage. But that will have to wait, as we have creepy fairies to talk to in our minds.
Why? Why did you imprison us? Such boredom, such tedium have we suffered. It is unfair. Unfair. Come and play with us.
After that horrifying nightmare of a scene, you search for the final piece from a group of sentient animals known as Amaro. Amaro are like the chocobo of the first, basically bird-like creatures used as mounts. Occasionally, when they grow old enough, Amaro can gain sentience, and some can even see the nature of souls in individuals. Their leader, a huge Amaro named Seto, refuses to aid you at first, but with some prodding, he eventually relents and asks you to find a medallion that holds great sentimental value to him. Upon returning, he is overjoyed and tells you why it matters so much to him.
Oh, I know not how to thank you. It is my most treasured possession, a gift from a dear departed soul. I had not the words to tell him then, but it filled my heart with pride. I was so happy. His name was Ardbert, and he was my friend. Everyone blamed him for the flood, him and his comrades. Some few spoke up for them, of the many whose lives they had touched. But as the years went by, their voices were drowned out by those who only uttered the adventurers' names as a curse. Ardbert was a trusting soul, constantly being drawn into the troubles of others. Yet in spite of this, he never thought twice when he saw someone in need. He always tried to help. It was no different then. The world needed heroes. It needed him. And yet...
So Seto has a bit of an infamous reputation in the community of being a character that is able to make even the most hardened men cry, especially later on. But this scene here sets up another facet of the theme of Shadowbringers, that of guilt. Ardbert still struggles with his role in causing the flood of light, and especially with having to witness 100 years of people cursing his name. One can hardly blame him for that. But Seto always saw the best in his friend. Too often can our contemporary heroes become yesterday's villains, but the legacy of said heroes need not take precedence over the good they managed to achieve. Ardbert holds himself responsible for the flood, and while he may be right to feel that way, as Seto demonstrates, that need not be his legacy. He was a noble soul who did what good he could for everyone he met. Though he made mistakes, it is because of the actions of him and his companions that there is even a world left to save. As we learned in Heavensward, the mistakes of the past need not determine how you can shape your present, and that is the struggle that Ardbert must ultimately contend with. Seto also indicates that his untrained ability to see souls allows him to see yours somewhat vaguely, and he is surprised to find it is somewhat similar to Ardbert's. Very interesting. With the final piece of the ward in your possession, you enter the castle and defeat Titania. Feoul reveals that someone must take the place of the fallen king, usually the king's slayer. But since you have other priorities, Feoul graciously offers to take the title for you. Just in time too, as the Eulmoran soldiers have captured your companions and are preparing to execute them and take Menphilia back to the capital. Under the leadership of the new Titania, you and the Fey folk manage to drive the soldiers out of Ilmeg. You then return to the Crystarium, worried that the war has already begun, but it becomes clear that Eulmore cared more about finding you than fighting a war. Before you can breathe a sigh of relief, it is at this moment that Solus decides to reveal himself. He explains in addition to founding Garlemald, he also had a hand in creating Allig and countless other empires before revealing his true name to be Emet-Selch, the third unsundered Ascian along with Elidibus and Lahabrea. After doing the usual villain things of cursing you for foiling his plans, he then makes a surprising offer.
Cooperation. I will not raise a hand to hinder your hunt for the Light Wardens. If you desire it, I will even lend you my knowledge and strength.
Since time immemorial, you and yours have labored to rejoin the 13 shards, at the cost of countless lives. Do you expect us to believe that your objective has suddenly changed?
Nay, our objective is the same as it ever was. Though I dare say, you do not know our motive. A war waged without knowledge of the enemy is no war. It is mere bloodletting. Just once, might we not seek to find common ground?
Well, that was unexpected. This is what I love about Emet-Selch. If Elidibus is the consummate manipulator, and Lahabrea the constant antagonist, Emet-Selch is the perpetual pragmatist. He realizes that the usual methods of direct confrontation don't work on you, and it is better for him to try to find common ground with an enemy than to continually throw himself against them like water on rock. It immediately makes Emet-Selch stand out from the series of boring two-dimensional villains that have up to this point completely comprised the entirety of the Ascians. His point about fighting blindly is also incredibly valid. Without knowing our enemy, their history, and their motivations, we not only deprive ourselves of the possibility of peace and cooperation, but of even finding an advantage to exploit. And while Emet-Selch never makes any illusions about how he is trying to achieve both of those goals, he is always willing to lay everything out on the table. No secrets, no lies. The Scions are naturally suspicious and rebuff his overtures, but Emet declares that he will remain in the shadows for now, content to observe you. With 2 Light Wardens eliminated, the topic turns to finding the other 3. It is decided that you should split up. Alisaie will go look for the Light Warden Amarang, while the Exarch will accompany Alphinaud to Calusia. VIII has personally summoned the Exarch for parley in Eulmore. Everyone knows that this is a trap, but the Exarch is determined to go, if nothing else than to satisfy his own morbid curiosity. You, Minfilia, Thancred, and Urianger journey to the Raktika Greatwood, a mirror for the Black Shroud and Gridania in the source, where you hope to find Y'shtola. The first thing one notices upon entering the Greatwood is the music. So now seems as good a time as any to talk about the music for Shadowbringers. If you play FF14 or have even a cursory knowledge of any Final Fantasy game for any length of time, you will notice a distinctive orchestral music that is signature to Nobuo Uematsu. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. Nobuo is a legend in the game orchestration canon. He has had a hand in scoring nearly every single Final Fantasy game since the beginning. He's also credited for scoring Answers, Final Fantasy XIV's signature song that is considered to be one of the most iconic songs in Final Fantasy history. Shadowbringers, however, saw the increased influence of comparatively obscure composer Masayoshi Soken, with the Shadowbringers theme being the first main game theme he composed. Masayoshi Soken is an interesting person.
Do you know Rahi? I will play Rahi. Music start!
Yes, this is the same guy that made some of the best tracks in Final Fantasy history. The music in Shadowbringers is second to none, and one of the main distinctions that separates its title theme from the other two expansions is the use of electric guitar and rock elements, something Soken loves using in his tracks. I'm not a musical student, but I am going to link to a fantastic video made by a really awesome YouTuber named Marco Meatball that goes into more detail about what makes Soken so brilliant. With apologies, I am going to be borrowing heavily from that video here. One of the things mentioned in that video is Soken's use of leitmotifs. Leitmotifs are a repetition on a theme. Soken does this constantly throughout Final Fantasy XIV, but especially in Shadowbringers. One of the more iconic leitmotifs Soken likes to play with is the song Maker's Ruin. Which has been colloquially termed as the Warrior of Light's theme. This expansion is where Soken really definitively marks this as our theme, using it as a somber association with Ardbert, who has a close relationship with us. This also sets up the theme to make a triumphant return in the last fight of Endwalker to great effect. Something that Soken does a lot, though, is he likes to play with and remix the main theme of an expansion and use it for almost every piece of music for that expansion. Listen to this. And then see how he remixes it for epic moments. Introspective moments. Sad moments. And even town themes. This is all for a purpose, mind, and not simply because Soken is lazy. Leitmotifs help tie together a mood and a theme. Repetition breeds familiarity, and because we hear it so much, when we do hear it for those impactful moments, the moments hit harder. You can think of leitmotifs as like a relative or friend who is narrating the story for you, someone with whom you are intimately acquainted. I know we've all experienced how much of an emotional gut punch it can be to see a family member cry, especially one who is usually stoic, so when the music cries, we do too. Anyway, getting back to the issue at hand. Raktika is a very large and imposing forest under the control of a religious faction known as the Knights Blessed. The Blessed believe that the light corrupts all it touches and revere the sunless sea that guides all their souls to peaceful afterlife after death. As a result of such customs, Knights Blessed are discouraged from speaking their true names in the presence of the light when not around family. This prevents their souls from being corrupted. As such, Urianger informs us that Y'shtola has taken the name Master Matoya as her light name, and that we should address her as such while in the presence of the Blessed. You aren't alone, however, as Emet-Selch makes good on his promise to observe you by following you into the Great Wood. He continues to profess that he is merely there to observe, not interfere. At various points in the game, you can actually chat with Emmet about his beliefs and worldview, and you do yourself a disservice if you don't take advantage of such opportunities. The information he gives you not only tells you more about him, but gives you interesting lore about the nature of the Ascians. Here he reveals that Ascians can morph the bodies they inhabit into any form they wish. Some, like Elidibus, do this rather frequently, others, like La Habrea, almost never change their hosts. Emmet, by contrast, prefers to turn any body he inhabits into the same one until his millennia-spanning mission is complete. This shows how each of the three unsundered Ascians, or paragons, view such power. La Habrea merely saw bodies as tools that he used to get around in, or a simple necessity to achieve his goals. More of a blunt weapon or a mode of transportation. Elidibus sees such bodies as fine weapons to manipulate heroes and villains with, something subtle and easy to maneuver like a small blade or a vial of poison. Emmet, however, sees such bodies as extensions of himself. He is always tied to the same or similar form, perhaps more out of nostalgia than anything he can actually use. A hint as to the burdens he bears about the past. You attempt to meet up with the Blessed at their nearby fort, only to find it abandoned. Very quickly, you are surrounded by hostile cultists who accuse you of being sophisticated sin eaters and order you to stand down.
Oh, for the love of... I had hoped that by accompanying you, we might come to understand one another. But all I have come to understand is that you have a knack for inflaming the natives. You've committed the cardinal sin of boring me. And so I retire to the shade. Good luck.
Y'shtola then appears, revealing that she is the leader of the Knights Blessed.
Master Matoya, hath time truly made strangers of us?
Nay, I recognize you, Urianger, Thancred. And this is Minfilia of the First, of whom you spoke before.
Just so. And knowing as thou must that we come in peace, might I prevail upon thee to have thy comrades lower their arms?
First explain this other presence in your company, the one I know not. There is but one manner of creature in this world whose ether is suffused with such an abundance of light.
Mine apologies, Master Matoya, but thou art mistaken. Before thee standeth our dearest comrade, the truest hero among us.
An explanation is in order. See, when Y'shtola lost her body to the flow spell she cast all the way back in A Realm Reborn, her eyesight was affected upon being rematerialized. For all intents and purposes, she is blind, though she can still somewhat see through viewing the etheric aura that all living beings and magic carry. As such, the fact that your ether is as suffused with light as a Sin Eater's is, causes her no small amount of concern for you. That will have to wait though, as Y'shtola takes you to the Blessed's home of Slitherbough, where she introduces you to Runar, an excitable lion man with an infatuation for Master Matoya. Something that is easy to recognize with Slitherbough is the ever-presence of the light. It's been our constant companion since the beginning, but here it seems even more oppressive, if that's even possible. The shade of the trees creates dark, sinister shadows around the floor, and the constant hum of the light becomes almost impossible to ignore. It's only when going underground, when the light is completely vacant, do you feel the stark contrast, and it's kind of a relief. It makes sense then why the people here despise the light and revere the darkness so much. After learning about Blessed culture, you attend one of their funerals, which is fascinating. The Blessed pray to the Warrior of Darkness to guide their friends' spirits beyond the touch of light and into the sunless sea beyond. It's here where the weight of the title of Warrior of Darkness really starts to sink in. As the Warrior of Light in the source, it was easy to forget just how important we were to people. We were a hero meant to be looked up to and admired, or a weapon to point at our enemies. But on the first, the Warrior of Darkness takes up a religious and mythological role, a savior of humanity, not just in terms of their lives and their futures, but their immortal souls as well. It just adds more and more to the stakes. We're eager now to return the darkness to the Knights Blessed, for their faith to be rewarded. The topic then turns to finding the local Light Warden. Y'shtola believes that the most likely place for it to be would be in the nearby ruins of Ronka, an ancient empire that had a great reverence for nature. However, getting to the ruins will be tricky, seeing as how they are fiercely guarded by the descendants of Ronka. Fortunately, the Exarch sent you with a tablet that Y'shtola believes is the key to getting safe passage. Unfortunately, it proves difficult to decipher. Y'shtola believes the key to unlocking its secrets might be in a nearby network of caves controlled by a hostile faction of the Knights Blessed, called the Children of the Everlasting Dark. These cultists believe that everyone but them is impure and must be cleansed through force. After fighting your way into the caves, you examine a number of reliefs, including one that looks more modern.
There was a man, a researcher who pored over these pieces. He offered us work when we needed it, slaying beasts, delivering provisions. A funny old bugger he was, but he had a good heart. He believed this first painting dated back to a time of myth and legends, a tribute to the heroes of a long-forgotten era. One day you will all be here too, he said. Heroes immortalized forever. Maybe I'll paint you myself? I had a good laugh at that. We were only trying to make our way after all. Being heroes couldn't have been further from our minds. But it seems he actually went and did it. Before or after the flood, I wonder. Rather faded, isn't it, compared to the others? Or did someone try to scrape it off the wall? Well, maybe the man himself once he came to his senses.
Ardbert really has a way of bumming me out. But again, this scene relates to the theme of guilt and perspective. All too often, it is hard for us to see how our deeds echo through the ages. That which we accomplish today become myths, legends, or even horror stories. The question lingers. Did the man smudge the painting himself, or was it someone else? Does it even matter? The hope that was once embodied in his tribute has long since faded, like the painting itself. Either he or the people who came after him see only despair where once was hope, and the deeds of yesterday that seemed so important to Ardbert and his friends are merely faded and forgotten memories. It's a bleak outlook on heroes and their accomplishments. I'm reminded of a quote from Knights of the Old Republic.
Everybody always figures the time they live in is the most epic, most important age to end all ages. But tyrants and heroes rise and fall, and historians sort out the pieces. So we do what we have to do, and we try to stop the Sith. But don't start thinking this war, your war, is more important than any other war just because you're in it.
Jolie's point here and Ardbert's point is the same. Never lose perspective. While what you are doing may feel important, it is equally important to accept that sometimes the things that you save or fight for aren't worth it in the end. But perhaps another way of looking at it is that fighting for change is good when it is for the betterment of all, and sometimes you need to accept that the change you bring makes the things you fought for in the past irrelevant. We'll come back to this idea soon. Yustola finds what she needs and finishes deciphering the tablet. During this time, she informs Urianger that your condition gravely concerns her. The light is twisting your ether and doing long-term damage to your soul. She fears what might happen if you consume more Light Warden ether. These musings are interrupted once again by Ranjit, who has made an alliance with the Children of the Everlasting Dark. Man, he just does not give up. He declares Raktika to be in control of Eulmore, and Knights Blessed must convert to the Everlasting Dark or be killed. He gives them till tomorrow to decide. Everyone realizes that Ranjit will not show mercy even if the Knights Blessed do convert. The decision is made to seek out the Light Warden as quickly as possible. On your way to the ruins of Ronka, you are intercepted by a group of bunny people who defend the ruins. On showing them the translated seal, however, they allow you to pass. The three ruling sisters take you to their treetop village, explaining how they were put in charge of the ruins after the last king of Ronka died. Since bunny people, or V's as they are called on the first, are extremely long-lived, they were deemed the best protectors. On telling them of your goal, they attempt to aid you in whatever way they can. You investigate the nearby ruins only to be informed that the Knights Blessed have been attacked, and Ranjit is now pursuing you into the ruins. The V's try to hold him off, but only succeed in delaying him. Due to the unfortunate foot placement of a Eulmoran soldier, you become trapped in the ruins with your enemies. The soldier explains to Yustola that the Knights Blessed were attacked with a deadly poison that will kill them all slowly. He offers the cure if she can get them out of there. Unfortunately for him, Ranjit objects to this aiding of their enemies and throws him down a shaft.
We do not negotiate with the enemy. The villagers' lives are forfeit, as is yours.
General?
Do not fail.
She just loves doing things like this. Urianger and Thancred then team up to throw Ranjit down the shaft as well. If you think this is enough to kill him, you clearly haven't been paying attention. You quickly take the antidote back to the V village, only to find an unconscious Runar who tried to find Y'shtola after the attack and was poisoned for his troubles. Between the antidote and Alphinaud's efforts, you manage to bring him back. Your celebrations are cut short by a returned Emet, who was captured by the V's. You inform the group of what happened in the ruins and of the weird wind that occurred when Y'shtola fell. Urianger surmises that she used flow again, because of course she did. Emet then offers to bring her back from the livestream as a show of good faith. Though hesitant to trust him, you have no other options and allow the Ascian to rescue her. While still suspicious, the Scions begin to accept that Emet plans on remaining true to his word of observation for the time being. The ruins you explore pointed you in the direction of a ruined temple known as the Katana Ravel, a truly gorgeous dungeon with some of my favorite music and scenery in the expansion. You then confront the third Light Warden, Eros, and beat it handedly. You then are able to answer the prayers of the Knights Blessed by bringing back the night sky. Upon exiting the Ravel, you meet up with Emet. This cutscene contains maybe the biggest bombshells of the entire game, so I'm just going to let Emet explain most of the things here himself. He points out the various paintings around the cavern that seem to predate even Ronka, but that he seems to know the origins of.
Before the Great Sundering, there was one world. A world that knew naught but peace and prosperity. Until it was faced with a crisis. Unprecedented, terrifying. Civilization found itself perched upon a precipice, staring into oblivion. But through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. Zodiac was his name, and by his grace was the calamity averted.
Zodiac.
A savior mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude. One would have thought, yet some thought otherwise. From the fears of these naysayers would rise Hydaelyn. She who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check. And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and in the end, Hydaelyn was victorious. With all her strength, she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality. And thus, Zodiac banished and his being divided.
So yes, turns out there was a singular unified civilization and world before Hydaelyn split it into 13 reflections of a single source. Not only that, but the creation of both Zodiac and Hydaelyn seems somewhat familiar.
I'm sorry, I can only assume I misheard. But it sounded an awful lot like you were implying both Zodiac and Hydaelyn are not gods. But...
What? Not gods of the first? Is that what you thought these paintings depicted? Or... Oh. They are gods after a fashion, yes. But no different from the kind with which you are so intimately acquainted. Formed of faith and prayer, of conviction and devotion. The eldest and most powerful of primals.
Yet you have not explained the role of the Ascians in all of this. How is it you are privy to ancient secrets lost to time?
Finally you ask the right question. And shrewd questions warrant honest answers. We Ascians know because it is our history, our story. It was we who summoned Zodiac, we natives of that sundered paradise. Now, do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? For our world, for our people, for all creation to be made whole again. Wouldn't you wish for the same?
It's hard to overstate just how massive this reveal is. When it was first revealed, it rocked the community of Final Fantasy XIV to the foundations. Everything we believed, everything we thought we knew about the world, the gods, our enemies, and even ourselves was completely and utterly wrong. Hydaelyn isn't a benevolent god watching over us. She, like the many creatures we've slain in the past, is merely a more powerful primal. What does that mean for us? What does that make the Blessing of Light, the Echo? Is it merely a sophisticated form of tempering? Are we all just slaves to Hydaelyn's will? Even more powerful is the reveal of the Ascians' history and motivations. From the beginning, we were told that they were merely agents of chaos, trying to bring back their dead dark god for no other reason than because it was fun. In one single cutscene, that image is shattered and turned on its head. The Ascians are no longer two-dimensional cartoon villains. They are heroes of a different story. When Ardbert first confronted us with the question of what would you do to save your doomed world, he set the stage for this scene. The Ascians do not kill indiscriminately. They do not destroy worlds simply because they can. Each rejoining, each world destroyed to be reabsorbed into the source was merely a step to fix what was originally broken. To save the world and erase what was never meant to be. And when Emmet asks us if we wouldn't do the same, we, like the rest of the Scions, have no good answer. Imagine for a second that everything you knew and loved, all your family, your entire civilization was erased and divided into half-realities before your eyes as you were forced to bear witness. You continue to live for millennia, unable to truly die, seeing descendants of these flawed, twisted reflections of your former friends and family rise and fall through their imperfect civilizations, never once coming to a fraction close of what you achieved. Wouldn't you want it back? Your home, your people, all of creation to be made whole again? This is a masterstroke. This is genius. All of the setup, all of the hints about the world before, the nature of Hydaelyn, the heroes of the first, and the nature of the Ascians has all led to this singular moment. Watch any streamer after this cutscene and you will see a person struggling to make sense of a situation they have rapidly lost control of. What are we supposed to do now? Is everything we've done simply a maintaining of the status quo? Who's to say we are even heroes now? It's these kinds of questions that turn Shadowbringers from merely a great expansion into one of the greatest Final Fantasy stories ever told. On your return, you are greeted by an elated and newly cured Knights Blessed who celebrate the return of the night sky. Meanwhile, in Eulmore, the Exarch attempts to meet with VIII, and surprise, surprise, it's a trap, and VIII attempts to mind control the Exarch. Fortunately, it's revealed the Exarch was ready for such an outcome and sent an illusion in his stead. Back at Slitherbough, it's agreed that the Scions should return to the Crystarium and regroup to decide on the next step. Upon your arrival, Yrstol and Urianger believe the time is right to tell you about how the light is corrupting you, and their concerns for your continued struggle. Ardbert doesn't seem too worried about it, but seems more concerned about the revelations of Emet-Selch and the Ascians. You then wake up to hear the sounds of battle outside. Seems VIII has lost his patience and has sent an army of Sin-Eaters to attack the Crystarium. You rush to set the defenses of the city before joining the rest of the Scions in the fight outside. Though you manage to drive the army off, you fail to save as many people as you would hope. A bitter and distraught Ardbert is left to bear witness to the slaughter, unable to do anything.
Run! Run, damn you! The Warrior of Darkness has returned. The Bloody Knight has returned. So stay with me, eh? You can't go dying now. God damn it! Please let this work. Please let this work. No. No, no. Stay back. Stay back. did you spare me? Why? What have I done to deserve this mercy?
Forward! Forward! If you can still hold a sword, follow me! Wounded to the rear! Weapons at the ready! Let's make this count!
Fight and struggle. Seek salvation by your own hands. Though the losses be grave, endure them. Though the victories be hollow, claim them.
We'll get to this more in the analysis section later, but I feel Ardbert's line here is worth pointing out. It's a simple yet powerful line, and while on its surface it can seem to be only applicable to valiant clashes with powerful foes and impossible odds, it can also be applicable to more mundane experiences. In many ways, this line is a mantra against depression, guilt, trauma, and despair. Anyone who has suffered grief, loss, or had to constantly battle their own insecurities and negative thoughts will be struck with this line. I know I was. When you're depressed or suffer loss, every day can feel like a battle, and every battle is like a Pyrrhic victory. But Ardbert is right. Never stop fighting. Never stop struggling. And though the losses be grave, you are strong enough to endure them and keep fighting. And though your victories may be hollow, claim them. For it is even in the smallest victories that we find the strength to carry on. The aftermath of the battle is a rude awakening. You spend your time not mopping up stragglers or fighting more enemies, but seeing how all your efforts are ultimately not enough. This is the true cost of war. In all our fights during Stormblood, we never once dealt with the negative after effects of a horrible war, only paying lip service to the fallen. But here we linger. We are told to attend those who are wounded or lost to despair. One guard is already dead when you attend him, another has given up all hope for salvation or for things to get better, and a third was forced to cut down the very person they loved most in this world when they turned into a sin-eater. The message here is clear. You can't save everyone. You can't even save yourself. Your body is failing you, breaking apart, turning against you, and slowly turning you into a monster, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Checking in on Lena makes it all the worse.
I am fine. Completely and utterly fine. Better than fine. Hale and hearty and still alive to mourn those who are not. Who I failed to protect when they needed me most. We've come so far, so goddamn far. I could have sworn the end was in sight, and now they will never see it.
And of course, Vothri chooses this moment when you are at your lowest to gloat and belittle you. Do we have a cannon? Can we just, blow this fucker out of the sky, please? Despite all this, the people of the Crystarium have not completely given up hope. One wounded soldier explains to you that he lost his friend who was so excited for the future, and even though his friend will now never live to see that future, he pleads with you to tell the Exarch to not give up. Do not stop fighting. It's hard not to be inspired by the resolve of these people. This is what Stormblood wanted for its freedom fighters, but ultimately struggled to achieve. With the remaining Light Warden still in hiding and no clear place to look, Benfilia suggests that she goes back to Amarang to visit the Oracle of Light again. With the power of the Oracle, she could locate the final Light Wardens. Thancred is reluctant, knowing that to do so would mean one of the Benfilias would be forever destroyed, as their souls merge completely. Eventually, it's decided that there is no other way to move forward. Unfortunately, it appears the Eulmorans are guarding the clearest path to Nabatha-Rang near the Inn at Journey's Head. Alisaie and the other Scions decide to keep an eye on the Eulmorans and provide a distraction if necessary. Meanwhile, you, Thancred, Benfilia, and Urianger try to make your way to Nabatha-Rang through the longer high road in the mountains. It is here you are blocked by a large gate that can only be opened by a trolley powered by a large stone automaton known as a Talos. Arriving in the mining town of Twine, you learn that several miners have been trying to reactivate a Talos to run the trolley for some time now, but have had little success. The leader of the town, Magnus, lost his wife in her obsession to revitalize the Talos, See, the Talos require a special heartstone with which to focus and amplify etheric power, but such stones are rare, and she was forced to dig too greedily and too deep. She was caught in a cave-in and died, leaving a despondent Magnus to give up on the project and life, instead choosing to spend his days getting drunk in front of her grave. It is through Magnus that Thancred must reconcile his own failings, his unspoken expectations, his buried regrets, his failings as a father figure. And while we don't fully see him grasp the true nature of his flaws, it is the first time we take a step towards that understanding. Through a combination of Thancred's words and the discovery of a heartstone that Magnus's wife found before she died, the Scions are able to convince Magnus to put away his grief, and the Talos is restored. Minfilia, however, cannot help but see Magnus as a mirror for Thancred, of all the feelings he holds that she knows about but are left unspoken. How in some ways he resents her very existence. His subconscious loathing for her has manifested as her own conscious self-loathing. She feels she cannot live up to the name of Minfilia, especially not when it comes to Thancred. And of all people, it is Urianger who comes to her in her time of need.
What troubleth thee, child?
I shouldn't be here. I don't deserve to be. I don't deserve any of the things you've done for me. I'm just a burden, helpless and hopeless. If tomorrow came and I was gone, it would be better for everyone. Thancred most of all. He'll never admit it, but I can see it in his eyes. I wish he'd just say it. Just say that he hates me, that he wishes I was dead so that she could return.
None of this is thy doing, child. 'Twas I who set the oracle on her path unto the first. I who condemned you all to suffer these torments. 'Tis my sin alone, and one that will haunt me unto my dying day. Yet I dare not dwell overlong on my many regrets, for the world is a tapestry of fates, interwoven and inseparable. And we who strive to better it cannot choose but make difficult decisions. For naught of worth was ever achieved without sacrifice. And thus must man ever struggle to weigh life against loss.
So I think now is as good a time as any to discuss the phenomenal writing of Shadowbringers. Lines like Urianger's here are just so well structured, painfully beautiful, and poignant. There are so many quotes in this game that just stick with you. And while credit sure needs to be given to Koji Fox and the localization team, we need to pay special attention to Shadowbringers' head writer, Natsuko Ishikawa. I was not expecting going into this expansion that I would get a new personal hero, and I assume most players felt the same way. Hell, you don't get a reaction like this.
What did I do for Shadowbringers? ミニシナリオ全編を通して担当しておりました。Oh, the main scenario class for 5.0. Standing ovation. Oh my goodness.
If you aren't doing something that massively resonates with your audience. Part of the reason why Shadowbringers was so important to many people was it spoke to truths that a lot of us, especially introverted gamers, struggle with constantly. It showed us complex characters with hard flaws and issues they needed to overcome. It showed us the darker side of humanity and of ourselves, all while never giving up hope on our potential to be better than we thought we could be. Natsuko Ishikawa was not a new writer to the team, but this was the first expansion where she got to work as the lead story writer. It's no surprise that a lot of her previous work contains some of the most well-loved parts of the game. In addition to writing most of the Doman arc of Stormblood, the good part of Stormblood, she also wrote the much-beloved Ninja questline, as well as the superb Dark Knight story quests. Naturally, she was also picked up as main story writer for Endwalker, the next expansion. I don't know much about Ishikawa, as she's a very private person, but from her writing I can surmise that she is at least knowledgeable about the struggles of depression and self-identity, if not having first-hand experience. Most of her stories have heavy themes about internal struggles, grief, anger, self-hatred, and learning to love yourself. The Dark Knight story quest in particular is fondly remembered for how it took a deep psychological look at the Warrior of Light themselves. Oftentimes it can be forgotten that the Warrior of Light isn't simply a blank slate for players to paste themselves onto. They do in fact have their own distinct identity, if a somewhat vague one. Without spending too much time going off the rails, the Dark Knight story quest has the player deal with anthropomorphized emotions and insecurities they deal with constantly. Your first mentor is the mysterious Frey, a dark knight that is bitter and vengeful and seems to be fed up with playing hero for people who never even try to fight their own battles, and can even be ungrateful when such help is offered. Towards the end of the quest, it's revealed that, surprise, it was a Fight Club narrative the whole time, and Frey was in fact you. Or rather, the embodiment of the Warrior of Light's resentment towards the people of Eorzea, their own title, and the position they are put in. Frey makes solid points. In many ways, it's not fair the position people put you in. You're simultaneously the answer to everyone's problems and also the source of them. Your help is not so much appreciated as it is an obligation, and when you fail to do a job well enough or cause collateral damage, the people blame you for their own misfortunes rather than relying on themselves to begin with. Perhaps there is merit in Frey's fuck 'em all attitude, but it is through the encouragement of those that care about us and see the value in our struggles that we are able to overcome and reject Frey. Later on, we meet the androgynous youth known as Mist, who seeks to bring back hollow shells of the people who died due to our actions. They even try to bring back a simulacrum of the Maid of Heavensward's husband back, though she sees through that quickly enough. Mist is revealed to be an embodiment of our guilt. In many ways, it is a guilt similar to Ardbert. The guilt that no matter how hard we try, we cannot save everyone. And even those we save may be irreparably harmed due to the massive collateral damage we leave in our wake. This too must be reconciled if we are to remain whole. I feel this series of quests was in many ways a setup or a prologue to the themes of Shadowbringers. The Warrior of Light, previously thought to be a relatively straightforward self-insert character, is shown to be struggling with a lot of real pain and trauma. It's hard being the chosen one, and in many ways it's clear that they would like nothing more than to just walk away. But, like Ardbert, we can't. Too many people rely on us, and no matter how hard it may be, we still have to fight and struggle on, knowing that we may do more harm than good in the long run, and even if we don't, we may not even get acknowledgement or thanks. But that does not make our fight any less important or meaningful. If that resonates with you, it's for good reason. People who struggle with depression, insecurity, and anxiety fight similar battles every day, and even if you don't suffer these conditions yourself, you still had fights you didn't want to fight. You may have wanted to walk away because you felt you weren't good enough, smart enough, or strong enough, that people would appreciate you more if you just gave up than if you kept going. But you didn't give up. And that brings us back to this little girl sitting next to a broken trolley, fighting that same struggle. You try to encourage Thancred to say something to her, anything that makes her feel loved and appreciated so she can continue to fight her never-ending battle. But Thancred has his own demons.
Not today.
Urianger leaves to assist the others, leaving you, Thancred, and Minfilia to take the maiden voyage of the trolley. All seems to be going smoothly until, wouldn't you know it, Ranjit arrives. Man, I guess he didn't skip leg day.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
He then demands Minfilia come back with him to Eulmore and give up this silly game of playing hero, but she refuses.
However much it hurts, and however hard it gets, it's my life, and I want to live it on my own terms! And those mad fools you want me to abandon, the ones I've traveled with, fought with, and may one day die with, they feel the same. So no, I will not be deceived, no matter what you say. I refuse to believe it's all for nothing. They're everything to me, all I have and all I need, and I would gladly do anything for them. Let us pass, or kill me, I'm not leaving here without them.
Damn right, Minfilia. Throughout her entire story, Minfilia has constantly doubted herself despite her obvious capabilities. Her self-hatred was so strong that she felt that she was holding everyone back. But we as players see how capable she is, how much she wants to be useful, and how helpful she is despite her young age. And all we want her to do is believe in herself. With Urianger's help, she is finally able to do that. Thancred leaves you to take her to meet the Oracle while he holds off Ranjit.
I heard what you said, and I'm sorry for all the things I've left unspoken. You have to go, now!
Let the battle of the dads commence. What's particularly inspired about this is that they put you in control of Thancred directly. They started experimenting with this back in Stormblood, and it really adds to the weight of the scene. The fight is intense and stressful. You can feel Thancred pushing himself to his very limits to line up that perfect shot. Though the fight is brutal, Thancred achieves victory and bids a final goodbye to his Minfilia. Upon arriving in Nabatharang, you and Minfilia witness the moment the Oracle stopped the flood of light. The Warriors of Darkness offered up their souls to aid her, but she refused Ardbert's help, saying his work was not yet finished. Minfilia then finally meets up with the Oracle. The Oracle explains that she has a choice. If she's tired of fighting, the Oracle will take up the fight for her. But if not, she will endow the young girl with the power of the Oracle, with all the advantages and responsibility that entails. Without hesitation, Minfilia chooses the latter. The Oracle, our Minfilia, then gives us an emotional farewell.
Dearest friend, no words can express my gratitude to you for keeping her safe in these tumultuous times. You are a hero to us both. But not even the most valiant heroes can stand alone. Only together may you change the fate of two worlds.
I know I joked before about how much I disliked Minfilia, our Minfilia, in the base game, but that's largely due to how the story framed her. She never really felt like she had her own agency. But here, we are given a glimpse as to her true potential, and I have to say, it worked for me. Did it completely solve the issues I had with her character? No. But I certainly felt sad about seeing her go, and that's not something I ever expected to feel for her. You then go to find Thancred, who was revived by the Scions when he was on the brink of death. It is then that we reveal a newly transformed Minfilia. No more blonde hair or ethereal blue eyes. She is her own person now. Y'shtola suggests that she needs a name of her own so she no longer has to walk in the shadow of another.
What about Ryne?
Ah, blessing in Fae. Wait, doth this mean thou wert listening when I delivered my lectures on the Pixies?
Not exactly, but that one word made an impression. Of course, if it's not to your liking, I can think of something else.
Ryne. Yes, I rather like the sound of it. Thank you.
That settles it then. Welcome aboard, Ryne.
Oh, my heart, I can't. With Ryne's newfound power, you track down and defeat the Light Warden of Amarang, returning Knight to the realm. One more to go. You then go to confer with Ardbert in your room once more, only to feel yourself being overpowered by the light inside of you. Seems things are reaching a tipping point in your soul. The Exarch summons you for a final council. The Eulmore and Light Warden still eludes you, but with Ryne's power you will hopefully be able to find it. Y'shtola gloats to Emet-Selch that his scheme is almost undone, and whether he would consider stepping in now. Emet sneers back that the Scions still don't know what his plan is, or whether what they're doing will even lead to a good outcome. They are merely stumbling children in the dark. Alphinaud demands to know where he gets his inflated sense of self-importance, and Emet explains. The Ascians aren't special. He and his two other uncensored friends merely escaped the tragedy that befell the world. When Hydaelyn bound Zodiark and divided his being, she also divided the entire world. As a physical embodiment of the star, any attempt to bind Zodiark would have major consequences for the world itself.
As a counterbalance to Zodiark, Hydaelyn was created with the power to enervate her foe. This singular ability strikes not at such banal things as flesh, but everything that defines the target, diluting its existence. For example, were she to strike you, two individuals, identical in appearance yet reduced in all respects, strength, intelligence, the soul itself, all is halved. Do you see? This self-same fate befell not only Zodiark, but the very star. Only 3 were fortunate enough to escape the sundering, me being one of them. When I beheld the shattered remnants of our home, I knew deepest despair. The inhabitants of these 14 fragments were feeble, frail and foolish, oblivious to their imperfection, ignorant of their past.
He then reaffirms his commitment to non-interference before taking his leave. You then journey to Eulmore only to discover the populace of the city and the surrounding gate town have all been enthralled by some enchantment. Ryne discovers that the meal they have been feeding the populace is actually made from sin eater flesh. Excuse me, I think I'm gonna go throw up now. It's surmised that however VIII controls the sin eaters is the same way he's controlling the populace. You fight your way up to the top past the 2 Jongalor before defeating Ranjit for good. You then confront VIII as he's... Yeah, this is one of the most disturbing scenes in the entire expansion, and that's saying something. Ryne is distraught as she realizes that VIII is in fact the Light Warden, somehow a fusion of man and Sin Eater. VIII flees on his... stubby wings?
No, 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 no.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I cannot take this seriously. I mean, look at this. He declares his intention to make a new paradise before raising a literal mountain into the sky. It then falls to Alphinaud to break the news to the Eulmorans about how they were deceived, and he doesn't sugarcoat things.
But your conduct prior to that moment was your own. Volthry's unnatural charisma does not absolve you of all responsibility. Of your own free will, you came to this city and gave yourselves over to its pleasures. And in the course of this, if you mistreated those less fortunate than you, then that too was of your own free will. It is not for me to judge you, but for your victims, for history, for your conscience. You have dreamed a twisted dream, but now you are awake.
Though VIII deceived and took advantage of his people, the Eulmorans were willingly complicit in his heinous actions. It's a bitter pill to swallow, and one that Alphinaud is intimately familiar with. Surprisingly, the majority of the Eulmorans take responsibility for their part in VIII's villainy and declare their intention to aid the Warriors of Darkness if they can. The first issue is getting to the higher plateau where VIII's mountain is. The quickest way to get there is through an old elevator operated by defunct Talos. Our old mistress Dulia Chai excitedly explains how her husband, Master Chai, is heir to the Daedalus Stoneworks, the original inventors of the Talos. Master Chai is reluctant at first due to a combination of guilt over his previous actions and lack of confidence in his abilities, but Dulia, his number one fan, continuously reassures him that he's better than he thinks he is. With the aid of the rest of the locals of Calusia, you manage to get the elevator working again, but not before Emmett confides in you the burdens of leadership. He also reminisces fondly of the time when his friends were still alive, and tries once again to convince you that his goals are not entirely without benefit to you.
Remember, you are of the source. Unlike the half-men here, you stand only to gain. Should you survive the remaining calamities, you will become our equal, a complete existence in a complete world.
The Eulmore's efforts prove successful and the ladder is restored. As everyone celebrates, Ardbert confides in you the harsh realities of loneliness, how it can break a person and leave them a shadow of their former self.
I don't know if you remember, but when we first met in this world, I was all but spent. I never thought to wonder why until now. I think it all just got to be too much. The guilt of causing the flood, knowing everyone hated me. But the worst thing was the solitude. Time wears you down, aye. But solitude eats away at you. It was this close to finishing me off. But as bad as it got, and as empty as I felt, I can't even begin to imagine what it must be like for Emet-Selch. All of which is a long way of saying, don't make a choice that leaves you alone. Nothing is worth that, especially not eternity.
In case you can't already tell, these moments are my favorite in Shadowbringers, and I feel it's what makes it stand out from its peers, even Endwalker. There's a tendency, in video games especially, to focus all of your efforts on plot and exposition, but the beauty of games is that unlike shows or movies, they have an advantage that only books can claim. Time. It is in these quiet moments when the story allows itself to breathe, ruminate, and reflect that it shines. Always it seems that we're on to the next plot point, especially in Final Fantasy XIV. That was my whole complaint of Post: A Realm Reborn and Stormblood. But all that setup and exposition was worth it just to get us to this point. To give us as players time to live in this world, experience the hope, joy, and pain of these characters that we never really got to know beyond just the surface level. At various points in the story, your companions would tell you to go and rest, and I remember always being excited when they told me that, because I knew it would be time to talk to Ardbert. Ardbert gives our character a voice where they never really had one. In many ways, he is our subconscious, helping us sort through the revelations that are thrown at us. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll talk more about Ardbert in detail later. You then ascend the ladder with Ardbert and the twins, only to discover the mountain is further off the ground than you thought. Several suggestions are pitched, including using an airship, but after some field tests it is revealed that flying may be a bit more hazardous than is acceptable. Then Y'shtola comes up with an insane idea of creating a giant Talos to grab the mountain. Master Chai is aghast and says it would be an impossible task for Eulmore to achieve. Fortunately, your adventures in Norvrant haven't been for nothing. You and your fellow Scions begin to call in favors from everyone you helped. The citizens of the Crystarium, the doctors at the Inn at Journey's Head, Magnus and his crew, the Kobolds, the Knights Blessed, and even the heirs of Ronka. Everyone gladly sends their people to assist in this grand endeavor, with even the Exarch journeying from his tower to aid in the effort. And I have to say, I am a sucker for scenes like this. With literally all of Norvrant united in this colossal endeavor, as well as the aid of nearby dwarfs, you manage to create a truly gigantic Talos. Before its activation, the Exarch talks to you in private about his fears and hopes for the future.
I once told you that there are things we can ill afford to lose. Things, I said, though in truth, I spoke of a person. One who is unaware of the full extent of my plans. Though he deserves to know, I have good reason to keep my counsel. I have come to terms with this in my mind, yet my heart yearns to lay everything bare. For he is my inspiration, and I would give much and more for the chance to speak with him as friends, with no thought of concealment. Then, I would ask him about his next adventure, and if he should wish me to be a part of it, oh, how happy it would make me.
With everything in place, Talos is activated and it pulls Mount Golg down to a reasonable level for you to climb. You then fight your way through Vothri's paradise to confront the man himself, and oh no, he's hot. So yeah, turns out our boy Emmett made a deal with the previous mayor of Eulmore and infused the man's unborn child with light, turning Vothri into a half-Sin-Eater. You absorb the power of the final Light Warden, enjoying the night sky. The view is brief, however, as the light finally begins to start to overpower you. Your soul is rapidly starting to break apart, and it seems you are going to turn into a truly powerful Light Warden. Fortunately, the Exarch arrives to reveal his plan.
I will channel this profusion of power to the Crystal Tower and use it to travel to other worlds. As I have dreamed of doing ever since I first learned of their existence. Who would choose to remain here in this dying realm when they might go elsewhere and begin anew? Not I. And thus did I use you.
And if you think this is a shitty twist that makes no sense and comes out of nowhere, you're right. It's a lie. A bad one meant to spare your feelings for his true intentions.
He means to take the light with him into the rift, where he will die. From the beginning, he intended to sacrifice himself to save our friend and Northrend.
At journey's end, an opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize. A paltry way to end a chapter, I concede. Yet your tale will continue, and my role in it will scarcely be remembered. Worry not. Whatever should become of me, I will be happy and free, safe in the knowledge that I have played my part.
So yeah, turns out he's our best boy Grahatia from all the way back in the Crystal Tower series of A Realm Reborn. This is such a masterful twist, and one that pays off a lot of hints if you're paying attention. When asked about the Crystal Tower and how it arrived on the first from the source, you have the option to ask about Graha, only for the Exarch to give a wishy-washy statement about the tower being empty. There's also the fact that a leitmotif of Graha's theme can be heard in many of the Exarch's central moments, including the main theme of the expansion. Remember what I said about Soken liking leitmotifs? People thought it was the Crystal Tower theme, but Eternal Winds, as it is called, only ever plays for Grahatia if you're paying attention. It's a wonderful and heartbreaking twist. They took a character from a side quest from years ago who didn't even get a proper voice and paid it off magnificently.
Thank you for fighting for this world, for believing. Fare you well, my friend, my inspiration.
Twist number 2. This cutscene is an emotional roller coaster. Emmet finally reveals his endgame. While he genuinely approached you hoping you could surprise him by taking control of the light, as he puts it,
I genuinely had an interest in you, genuinely considered taking you on as allies. Provided he could contain and control the light. If not, then he, and by extension you, would be of no use to me. 'Twas as simple as that.
Emmet gloats about how you will now turn into a powerful sin eater and bring the world to the brink, thus accomplishing what the Ascians had hoped to achieve through VIII. He then steals the Exarch and teleports away, inviting for you to join him in his abode in a place called the Tempest to complete your horrid transformation in peace. You then wake up back in your room. Turns out Ryne was able to suppress the light growing inside of you, but only temporarily. Your transformation is all but inevitability at this point, but it gets worse.
You're not going to like what you see, but you still need to see it. It's like this all over. The whole of Northrend is shrouded in light again. And it's because of you, and the power you absorb from the Wardens.
It's hard to articulate just how devastating this moment is. You are left to speak with the citizens of Crystarium, the people who put their faith and trust in you. You lost their Exarch, and now you've even lost them the one thing that mattered most, the thing that gave them hope in spite of all the senseless death and loss, the night sky. Never before have we failed so utterly and spectacularly. We let everyone down. All those who believed in the Warrior of Darkness for the hope of a better future. All those who worked so hard to build an impossible construct just to give you a chance. We failed our friends and fellow Scions. We can't protect them from the monster we are becoming. But more devastating is that we failed ourselves. In the end, we just weren't strong enough. And now the light is back in all of its oppressive glory to remind you of just how much you failed, how you've arguably made things worse. This is the payoff for all those huge stakes the story raised throughout our interactions with the people of the First. The horrible, sickening payoff. We promised everyone we would make their lives better. We promised them all we would give them hope. The story promised us this would lead to a good outcome. But in the end, all it was false hope. You're left to ruminate on these thoughts as you talk with the populace. Despite their confusion and sadness, they haven't lost hope or completely given up yet. You then go to a lookout where you get a pep talk from Ardbert, of all people.
You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet.
From the beginning, he was always the reluctant hero, yet here he is, trying to encourage you not to give up. Seems you aren't the only one who's changed. Ardbert then pledges his support to you, no matter what happens. Feoul arrives to encourage you as well, telling you to focus instead on the present than on unknown possibilities. They also suggest you try and learn more about the Exarch to hopefully get an idea of how to proceed. Lena lets you into his private study where the Echo grants you a vision of the truth. Urianger never had a vision of the calamity. Instead, he was G'raha's secret confidant. Typical Urianger. See, G'raha is a version of himself from a possible future where the 8th Umbral Calamity actually occurred. Sid and his descendants worked tirelessly for centuries to undo the calamity, eventually waking up G'raha from his eternal slumber. With the power of the Crystal Tower, the group was able to send G'raha and his tower across the rift to the First and back through time. They overshot it by a century, but that gave G'raha the time to prepare his plan. G'raha revealed all this to Urianger, hoping that the scholar could lie about him seeing the calamity in a vision. All of this was done to hide G'raha's true intentions of sacrificing himself, knowing that you and the other Scions would try to stop him if they found out. Oh, Graha, you ridiculous melodramatic. You and Ardbert agree it's time to go after Emet and the Exarch. Ardbert informs you that the Tempest, Emet-Selch mentioned, is the stormy seas off the coast of Calusia. You go to leave only to be stopped by the Scions and the entire populace of the Crystarium. They reveal that they knew you were the Warrior of Darkness from the beginning, as it was pretty easy to figure out. They also offer to give you whatever aid you need to get their Exarch back. Urianger suggests seeking the help of Bismarck, that giant whale from Heavensward who has a mirror here on the source. Turns out there are Fae here and are pretty reasonable, all things considered. After a word from the King of the Fae, Bismarck takes you to the bottom of the ocean, exhaling a breath to make it somewhat breathable down there. Working with the local Ondo fish people, you learn that they revere an ancient society that left strange buildings on the ocean floor. On closer inspection, Y'shtola surmises that the quality of the building materials marks them as older than any known civilization on here or the source. She hypothesizes that these are remnants from the time before the Sundering in that ancient civilization Emet mentioned. They're relatively intact here, as on the source traces of them would have been wiped out or buried due to all the numerous calamities. The Ondo then direct you to what they term a city of lights at the bottom of a deep trench. You surmise that's where Emet makes his hideaway. You arrive only to find...
By the gods!
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid, material structures. But these... Everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
Turns out you are expected and are able to reach the streets of the city that you learn is called Amarat. Not content with creating a massive magical replica of his home, turns out Emet also created simulacra of people that once lived there. You learn through talking with the ghosts of the past that Amarat was witness to something called the Final Days, and that the summoning magic their people perfected ran wildly out of control. Emet-Selch, Elidibus, and La Habrea turn out to be titles rather than names. They were the titles of ancients who sat on the governing council called the Convocation of 13. It used to be 14, but one of the Convocation members defected to join the Hydaelyn faction. See, in order to summon Zodiark into existence, half of the entire world's populace had to be sacrificed. Then half of that remaining number sacrificed themselves to reseed the world. Half of the populace was then going to be sacrificed again to remake the world and bring back those who had died, but the renegade faction devoted to Hydaelyn claimed that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiark, and thus was born Hydaelyn. It is here that you meet a very important character, Hythlodaeus. Hythlo is Emet-Selch's oldest and best friend, and unlike the rest of the Shades in the city, he seems to have some sort of self-awareness. He also acknowledges you as his new old friend. Very curious. He explains how despite his seemingly cavalier and carefree attitude, Emet-Selch holds a lot of pain and the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Hythlo surmises Emet might even secretly want to be proven wrong so he can finally rest, which explains why he approached you in the way that he did. It's then that Hythlo reveals the true bombshell. He sees Ardbert. This is insane, as up until this point, no one, not even Y'shtola, who can see etheric currents, could see or hear Ardbert. He then also reveals that you and Ardbert are more than connected. You're the same person. Hythlo was gifted with the ability to perceive the color of souls, and you and Ardbert's souls are nearly identical. Turns out Ardbert is your shard on the first. You both are descended from the same singular being that inhabited the world before the Sundering. Things are starting to connect. You have a final talk with your companions before confronting Emet-Selch. Oh, fuck you, Square Enix. Emet is irritated that you continue to elect to fight him despite all he's told you and all he's witnessed of humanity's failings.
How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference? Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other? Of course they wouldn't! And if you had witnessed history unfold as I have, you would reach the same conclusion. You cannot be entrusted with our legacy.
It's clear that you will not be dissuaded, so Emmet devises a test to prove your worth. In the backdrop of an illusion of the final days of Amarot, Emmet challenges you to survive and fight your way to him. This is perhaps the greatest dungeon Final Fantasy XIV has ever created. It's an incredible example of environmental storytelling while also being jaw-dropping to look at. It's at the same time heartbreaking, epic, and beautiful. The world is crumbling around you as unfathomable and eldritch monsters block your path. Finally, you meet up with Emmet. He denounces your efforts as unimpressive and disables the Scions with ease. One by one, each of the Scions try to feebly stand up to Emmet, offering counter-arguments to his belief on the worthlessness of human existence. Through it all, you try to muster up the strength to face Emmet, enduring his insults and mockery. Unfortunately, the light picks that exact moment to overtake you once more. Thancred sets up a distraction to buy Ryne some time to aid you, and... well, I think it's better if we see this in its entirety. Trust me, it's worth it.
Fight it! You have to hold on!
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? Could you save our worlds? Take it. We fight as one. This world is not yours to end. This is our future. Our story.
No, it can't be. That trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more. How can you hope to stand against me alone?
We stand together!
How... I'm surprised you can stand at all.
I could not well leave matters half finished. Let expanse contract, eon become instant. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call!
Very well. Let us proceed to your final judgment. The victor shall write the tale, and the vanquished become its villain. But come, let us cast aside titles and pretense, and reveal our true faces to one another. I am Hades, he who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber.
No matter how many times I watch this cutscene, it still gives me goosebumps. This is the peak of Final Fantasy storytelling. It doesn't get better than this. There's so much to unpack here, from the most epic title music drop you've ever heard, to the reveal of your true nature, to Emet's true name, as well as the repetition of arc words that feels satisfying and emotional. Everything comes together to create the single greatest cutscene Final Fantasy XIV has ever, or will ever, produce. This is no longer a game. It's a feat of storytelling that I don't think can be matched. Okay, maybe that's my bias speaking, but ask any Final Fantasy XIV fan what their favorite scene is, and chances are this is near the top of their lists. For years, through different expansions, we have wondered just exactly what makes us different, what exactly we are. And it's here that we first get the inkling of an answer. We are the reincarnated soul of a powerful ancient, one with whom Emet was intimately acquainted. We are special because we aren't human. Not really. There's also the repetition of some arc words here. Ardbert says through you,
"This is our future. Our story."
This should sound familiar, as it's similar to what Emet said a while ago.
We Ascians know because it is our history, our story.
As if that's not enough, the Exarch utters the same words he spoke when he first tried to summon us back into Stormblood.
Let expanse contract, Eon become instant.
Let expanse contract, Eon become instant.
And I think it's worth calling out just how the developers continue to experiment with gameplay and story integration. Before this point, it's never really explained who the other players are when they join us for these battles. This is the game's answer to that in this moment. Our friends are merely warriors of light from other shards, summoned by the Exarch's magic. And so, we fight. My favorite fight. Oh, there are many great fights both before and after this point, but none moved me or felt quite as epic as this one. A fight between the possibilities of the future, or the promise of the past, between despair and acceptance. Emet's true form is a nightmare to behold. Though the struggle is fierce and Emet refuses to concede, with the help of your fellow scions, you finally strike the beleaguered Ascian down, with Ardbert's axe no less.
Remember. Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
We won. So why does this not feel like a victory? It feels like even though we should be happy, we can't help but feel like something was lost. Irreparably erased. There is no happiness, no rejoicing, only relief. Y'shtola and Ryne confirm that Ardbert's merging with us restored our soul. The Exarch then apologizes.
Where to start? I believe I owe you all an apology. And you, most especially.
If you don't pick the bottom option, you're a monster.
Well, 'tis good to be awake.
The night sky has returned to Norvrand. The people celebrate your return as you come to the Crystarium for a hero's welcome. Damn, someone's cutting onions again. And so ends one of the greatest expansions to any game I've ever experienced.
For we who walk before may lead those who walk after. Your road goes ever on, as does your story, as does your legacy.
So I'm going to deal with the post-Shadowbringers content a bit differently. Usually the post-expansion content is organized into 5 different patches. For Shadowbringers, this would be phrased as patch 5.1 to patch 5.5. Normally this would cover all 5 patches, but Shadowbringers is unique in that 5.3 kind of wraps up the major themes and arcs of the expansion, while the remaining 2 content patches feed more directly into Endwalker. So, in the interest of time, and since this video is quite long enough already, I'm going to keep the discussion to patches 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3, and save the remaining 2 for the Endwalker video. 5.1, entitled Vows of Virtue, Deeds of Cruelty, is considered the most uneventful of the 3 patches. It does some setup for the later expansion, but it doesn't have much in the way of meaty or overly interesting content. Tataru and Kryle summon you to update you on the Scion's condition. The aether in their bodies has begun to spiral out of control. The condition is worse for those who have been away longer, such as Thancred. Kryle has been able to stabilize the energy in their bodies for now, but the situation will only get worse. You return to the First to update your friends, and plans are made to try and find a way across the rift. Since you are able to cross freely, a method is proposed whereby the Scions can store their souls into some kind of object, thus acting as extensions of your own body. This would allow them to cross over the rift in the same way that you are able to pass your equipment through the rift. This kind of process is well beyond the purview of the Exarch, so he suggests seeking out a reclusive pneumo fairy named Becklug. Becklug is initially hesitant to aid you, having sworn off mankind after the events they had to deal with before the Flood of Light involving a corrupt advisor and a horrible plague. Alphinaud is eventually able to convince them by using words of power.
We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Sake? Beg?
Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
But I know that the pneumo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence!
Side note, I love that the pneumo are basically like dogs. Becklug theorizes that a person's soul and memories can be divided, being housed in white auracite and the same elegant technology used to make all those clones back in A Realm Reborn. While Graha and Becklug work on that, the other Scions decide to wrap up matters here before they run out of time. Alisaie goes to visit Halric and check on his condition. Even with the light gone, the patients have yet to fully recover. Their condition is no longer advancing, but their ether has still been brought about to an almost complete stasis. Those who are less far along in the process of turning are able to recover somewhat, but people like Halric were just too far gone, and it will take years if not decades for them to fully recover. Beck-Luke surmises it might be possible to speed up the process by infusing activity into their ether through the use of a familiar. They teach Alisaie to summon a familiar called a Porksy. Sorry, I love this game. Alisaie names the Porksy Angelo. With Angelo's help, Alisaie is able to make some progress with Halric. Meanwhile, back in Eulmore, you and Alphinaud are tasked by Dulia Chai to find her husband. Apparently the people of Eulmore elected him the new mayor, and since then he has vanished. Turns out he wasn't running from the responsibility, but decided to do some investigating and questioning of the citizens of Clusia to find out what kind of troubles they face. He admits he's woefully unqualified to be mayor, being more of a businessman than a politician, so he hopes to gain the aid of a man called Rendon, a wise and benevolent man who served Vathri's father before things went to shit. Rendon is unconvinced of Master Chai's motives or abilities, so he asks him to prove how he would help the citizens achieve their better life. Chai comes up with a plan to reprogram Renegade Talos to help assist the people in rebuilding and setting up farms throughout the countryside. Through aiding Chai, it becomes clear that the thing that holds him back from being a good mayor is his own guilt and sense of self-worth. He recognizes the horrible things he and his fellow citizens participated in were almost beyond forgiveness, and doesn't feel he deserves or has earned his title of mayor. It is this flaw, and not anything he has accomplished, that initially holds back Rendon from giving his support. In Stormblood, we saw how villains can oftentimes achieve redemption, and how it can be hard, especially if a person believes they don't deserve that redemption. Chai News, though, was never really a villain. He was merely a person who benefited from an unjust system. That doesn't make him any less complicit in the evil that was Eulmore, though. The fact that Chai News still holds himself accountable for his role in Vathri's empire, and his earnest desire to make up for his past failures, is what transforms him from what could have been a one-off, despicable character into a complex and honestly quite lovable one. We root for him to succeed and truly want to see him make Eulmore into a beacon of hope that it always could have been. But to do that, he needs to stop punishing himself. You don't achieve anything by self-flagellating or making yourself into a martyr. Rendon's lesson is that if Eulmore is going to change, everyone needs to take responsibility for what they did, and do the hard work of actually mending fences. To quote Chai News himself, change begins with the individual. With the future of Eulmore somewhat assured, you journey back to the source to update Kryl and Tataru. While there, you are met by Estinian, who fills you in on developments in the Garlean capital. Estinian, with the help of Gaius and his shadow hunters, managed to infiltrate the capital, hoping to confront Elidibus. They arrived in time to discover that Xenos managed to chase off Elidibus and reclaim his body for himself. He then strikes down his own father.
True freedom for our nation, our people, will never be won by a spoiled princeling. The burden of this throne is beyond you.
'Tis you, father, who have struggled with this burden. Simply holding the Empire together has occupied your limited faculties. But you may take comfort in knowing that I have no intention of pursuing your tedious agenda. Nor am I interested in ruling over the Empire's lands. I came only to remove that which ruins my sport. I will not have my prey stolen by your petty wars and cowardly weapons.
You would kill me just for that.
I need no other reason. Any and all who interfere with my hunt will not do so twice!
With things rapidly spiraling out of control, Estinian and Gaius flee the capital. On the way, Estinian discovers that the Garleans are attempting to remake the Ultima weapon. Tataru implores Estinian to stay on to help until the Scions return, but he refuses, saying that he has other duties he must take care of. Meanwhile, back on the First, a seemingly revived Ardbert observes the Eulmoran rebuilding efforts. No one can stay dead in this game, can they? 5.2 is entitled Echoes of the Fallen Star and is where things start to get interesting. You return to the first and find that the Exarch and Beck-Luke have reached a roadblock. It appears merely fragments of the Crystal Tower are not enough for the spirit vessels, but they feel confident that using the Crystal Exarch's crystallized blood might be the key. Lovely. Meanwhile, Lena requests your assistance in taking down a Sin Eater. You arrive to find it has already been slain by a man claiming to call himself a Warrior of Light. A strange moniker, considering here on the source the Warriors of Light are reviled as the bringers of the Flood of Light. After some discussion, you and the Scions agree that it's time the populace learn the truth about Ardbert and the Warriors of Light and how they were not actually villains. You explain the tale to an enraptured audience of all the heroic deeds the Warriors of Light accomplished. The people barely have time to process this information before Ardbert himself arrives. This isn't like last time, though. This is no spirit, but a flesh and blood Ardbert. He thanks you for clearing his name and declares to all gathered that the First needs new Warriors of Light, as you will not be around forever to fight their battles for them. Between your story and his speech, the people are beginning to sway towards viewing the title of Warriors of Light as something to aspire to. You all decide to withdraw to the Crystal Tower to discuss these unexpected developments. It is all agreed this must be an Ascian ploy, with Elidibus being the most likely candidate possessing Ardbert's body. Though why Elidibus would want to encourage people to be Warriors of Light, servants of his ostensible enemy Hydaelyn, is anyone's guess at this point. Y'shtola decides more information is needed about the history of the Blessing of Light and the echo that Hydaelyn gives her champions. To that end, you head back to the ruins of Ronka, aided by the 3 V sisters. After several trials, you find a mural depicting the legendary hero Tayuna, one of the first Warriors of Light on the First. Her gift of the echo is awakened upon witnessing a meteor shower. Y'shtola surmises that a connection exists between calamities and the awakenings of the Warriors of Light. It seems the echo is not so much a gift, but a reactivation of a person's latent power from before the Sundering, when they witness the events that remind them of the final days of Amarot. In this way, Hydaelyn isn't so much choosing people to be her champions as the echo just allows people to hear her for the first time. You don't have much time to consider this, as there are reports of Ardbert giving similar speeches all across Norvrand, usually after he ingratiates himself with a local populace by slaying a nearby Sin Eater. You formulate a plan to lure him out by killing a large Sin Eater near the Slitherbow, hoping to catch him before he approaches the Knights Blessed. Sure enough, before long, he arrives. He continues to claim he has Ardbert revived until you manage to catch him in a lie. And we finally, after 3 expansions and 1 base game, get to hear Elidibus's voice for the first time.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense. After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive. Yes, it is I, Elidibus.
Okay, no one told me he was going to have daddy energy. You know what, Elidibus? You can do whatever you want. Matter of fact, can I be an Ascian? Anyway, the Scions ask what exactly his plan is, but unlike Emet-Selch, he has no intention of sharing his schemes or working with you towards some understanding. He calls you Death Incarnate and Emet-Selch a weak fool for believing there was any kind of worth in you. He then takes his leave. You're still stumbling around in the dark, so it's decided you need to get more information in the physical ruins of Amarot once more. After beseeching aid from Bismarck, you journey to the deepest parts of the ocean to a facility called Anamnesis Uniter. There you discover through some recordings that this was the headquarters of the faction opposed to Zodiark. Apparently the group was led by a woman named Vana, who decided to sacrifice herself to become the heart or embodiment of Hydaelyn herself. Through this you also learn that Elidibus was likewise supposed to be the heart of Zodiark. This seemingly makes no sense, as if that were true, Elidibus would very much be dead. It's possible that since Elidibus is a title, the Elidibus you're facing now is in fact a different one. Regardless, Y'shtola decides to stay and do more research as the rest of you return to the surface. Upon returning to the Crystarium, however, you and the populace are witness to an ominous star shower. The event turns out to be an elaborate illusion conjured by Elidibus to awaken several of the populace to the Echo. Multiple Crystarium residents are now forced to consider their options given they are now Warriors of Light. Meanwhile, back on the source, Xenos dreams of the final days of Amarot and makes contact with another white-robed Ascian with a familiar voice.
A recurring dream? They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
The Ascian claims to want to help him achieve his dream of a perfect hunt. And now comes 5.3, Reflections in Crystal. Oh boy. 5.3 has an infamous reputation in the community for being the most emotional part of an expansion full of emotional moments. If you make it out of 5.3 with dry eyes, you are either soulless or probably emotionally dead inside. And I had to play it again for this video. I hope you all recognize the sacrifices I'm making for you. It's also by far the longest content patch, being about the length of the 2 previous patches combined. You return to the first to help the Exarch sort through a crisis. Several people want to leave and become Warriors of Light, but without their assistance, the Crystarium won't be able to survive. You decide to gain more information on the Warriors of Light of the First. According to Miran, the head librarian of the Crystarium, there was a legendary first Warrior of Light who got his name by choosing to fight against the rising darkness and be a champion of the light. Those who have played the Final Fantasy games will recognize this as a reference to the protagonist of the very first Final Fantasy game. Some children overhear your discussions and are eager to tell you of their ambitions to become Warriors of Light. And it's here we're introduced to the first part of 5.3's emotional manipulation train, Riki Tio. I mean, just look at this little girl. It's like someone distilled pure innocence and joy and cuteness into one highly effective weapon against the Final Fantasy community. Fear her power. To look upon her face is to abandon all other emotions and squee. Riki wants to be an alchemist, and far be it from us to dash her hopes. In the process of helping the children achieve their dreams, Alisaie begins getting really bad migraines and Thancred collapses, a sign that the connection to their bodies on the source is getting dangerously weak. You go back to the source to check on things, and an exhausted Kryl informs you that things are not looking good for our heroes. Unless their souls are reunited with their bodies, they will definitely die soon. Fortunately, the Exarch and Beklug have succeeded in transferring the Exarch's memories into one of the soul crystals. He explains he means to be the guinea pig and to try to reunite his soul and memories with his body on the source. Both Lena and Alisaie realize that due to his body on the source already having a soul and memories, he risks destroying both of them. It's decided that you should check on Y'shtola, as she's still at the bottom of the ocean and may have passed out too. While you deal with that, the rest of the Scions will deal with the black-masked Ascians who have been summoning monsters for the new Warriors of Light to fight. Upon arriving at Anamnesis and Niter, you find an unconscious Y'shtola and a pissed-off Elidibus. The Echo grants you a fuzzy vision into his past. Apparently, he was added to the Conclave at a very young age, and even from the beginning he was obsessed with his responsibilities to a concerning degree. So much so that one of his colleagues encouraged him to go outside, for the rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. Basically, his coworkers thought he needed to touch grass. While you're distracted by the Echo, he steals Y'shtola and says you can have her back once he has taken a measure of your strength. A challenge is issued and the stage is set within the recreated Amarad Emet-Selch summit. Unlike Emet-Selch, Elidibus shows he has no desire for compromise or camaraderie. It's clear he sees you as a monster who has slain his friends and family and kept them all from achieving their dream. To make his point, he takes you back through your adventures, first with the events of A Realm Reborn, forcing you to kill your fellow Scions, mocking your heroism all the while. He explains that your will to compromise shows that your convictions are flawed. A person who has unwavering belief in their goals and convictions would never wish to compromise them. He then takes you through the events of Heavensward, how you brought an end to the Dragonsong War by killing those who had already sought to end it. Was it because their version of peace did not align with yours? Or did you merely want vengeance? In his recreation of the fight with Estinian, he tells you cannot save him this time, only end him. Next, he takes you through Stormblood and forces you to kill your own allies again, trying to instill into you the idea that you are death incarnate, that even though you may not directly kill them, your actions only consign people around you to death and suffering, that you have become so hideously strong that no one can control your destruction, not even the Ascians. This is a fascinating sequence, and it really shows the conflicts we have faced through a new perspective. We come back to the idea of the Warrior of Light being this almost eldritch monster, an unstoppable force that draws creatures to it, uses them and twists them. It radicalizes people and annihilates anything that would oppose it. It's no wonder Elidibus hates you, that the Ascians hated you. You are the monster of their legends, sent to systematically destroy them, kill all their friends and family, and ensure they can never go home again. This perspective is flawed, however, and it isn't the whole truth. Yes, it's true that you gravitate people to your side, but it isn't a parasitic relationship, it's symbiotic. You radicalize people, yes, but only because you give them the hope where previously they had none. And while it is true that you destroyed the Ascians and dashed their hopes of returning home, their plans to achieve said goal caused the genocide of thousands of people on a multiversal scale. Elidibus then resolves to face you as Ardbert, testing your strength himself, but ultimately fails. He admits that he must get stronger before he has any hope of defeating you. Y'shtola then arrives to interrupt his game and reveal exactly what she discovered about Elidibus and the Uniter.
It stems from who, or rather what, you truly are. A primal. The ancients created Zodiac to deliver the star from destruction. If the magic that brought him forth is the precursor of what we know as summoning, then Zodiac would have been instilled with a presiding desire. I found it among the records at Anida, and it came as no surprise. Were I faced with the world's destruction, I too would wish for the same. Salvation. I know that you sacrificed yourself to become Zodiac's heart. How you came to be separated from him is less clear. But if you are a fragment of his being, it stands to reason a desire for the world's salvation would drive you.
So it turns out that Elidibus, the man as he was before the Sundering, is in fact dead. He sacrificed himself to become Zodiac's heart. To aid the Ascians after the Sundering, he needed to become a primal in order to separate himself from that being. He became a primal to gain power and life through the desires of the people for salvation. This is why it was never very clear which side Elidibus was ultimately on. In order to further his power and to see their plans to fruition, it required him to sometimes stand with and sometimes stand against his brothers. It's also why he's been going around creating Warriors of Light. Their hope for salvation gives him the strength necessary to defeat you. It's sort of like how Louis Sois became the Primal Phoenix way back at the beginning, being born and given power by Eorzea's hope for a new age. But tying your very identity to an ideal is also painfully flawed. People grow, change, and their ideals and beliefs adapt. As a result, Elidibus' very identity and memories are slowly being stripped away, to the point where he may not even remember what he is truly fighting for. Elidibus scoffs, declaring he knows his mission and will muster all of his strength to face you again before teleporting off. Y'shtola asks you to wait while she gets her things before you two head back up to the surface. While waiting though, you come across several different constellation stones that represent members of the Convocation of 13, each holding memories of its original bearer. The trail of crystals leads you to the shade of Hythlodaeus, who explains that these stones were made by Emet-Selch to reawaken the memories of sundered Convocation members and bring them back into the fold as Ascians. Though he expected Emet destroyed it, it turns out, either out of nostalgia or something else, Hythlodaeus discovered that Emet created a memory crystal for the mysterious 14th Convocation member who stood against the rest. Hytho encourages you not to be angry at Elidibus and agrees with Y'shtola's theory that even he may not fully remember what he is truly fighting for or why. He just knows that it is his mission to do so. You meet back up with Y'shtola and head back to Eulmore to regroup with the Scions and discuss your next steps. Before you can begin to formulate a plan, however, Elidibus forms a more overt illusion of the final days of Amarat and then begins to summon in shades of light that seem to form warriors bent on killing you. You quickly realize these shades are actually warriors of light from other shards, or at least the essence of their principles made manifest. Worse, they seem to be summoned using the same magic the Exarch used in your battle against Emet-Selch. Chai News grants you the use of his airship with which to reach the Crystarium. You don't get farther before you're grounded by more shades and forced to fight your way across Norvrand, aided by all of your allies along the way, in one of the most cinematic of the dungeons up to this point. You finally reach Lakeland, but the swarms of enemies seem endless. The Scions resolve to stand their ground to hopefully grant you an opening to proceed forward. You make your way through the forest, finding a weakened Baklug and a more crystallized Exarch. His continual use of the tower's power and his link to its essence has started to have an adverse effect on his body. The Exarch reveals that no sooner did their spirit vessel test prove successful than Elidibus arrived, demanding the use of the tower. The Exarch managed to flee with Baklug, but not before Elidibus stole the spirit vessel containing the Exarch's memories. Between the knowledge contained within and the crystallized Allagan blood on the vessel, Elidibus was able to hijack the use of the tower. With its power, he's been summoning heroes from every other shard, but hasn't been fully summoning them, just the essence of their ideals in order to empower himself. You and the Exarch make for the tower with all haste, only to be stopped by Lena. Lena confronts her pent-up frustrations with the Exarch, accusing him of not communicating with her when he is clearly struggling both physically and mentally. The Exarch apologizes, explaining that he tried to protect her, but in the end he needed to accept that she was strong enough without his overbearing attitude. This scene is pretty emotional, and it reads as a father saying goodbye to his daughter for the final time. You and the Exarch climb the crystal tower together, searching for Elidibus. Unfortunately, the growing crystal on his body prevents him from keeping up with you, and he decides to stay back and hold off the summoned shades to buy you some more time. He claims he still has a trump card to play though, and this is not goodbye yet. Finally, you confront Elidibus at the top of the tower. Through talking to him, it's clear that Y'shtola and Hythlodaeus' theories were correct, and the added summoning of more disparate ideals has taken a toll on his mind and his memory. He no longer remembers who he fights for or why, but resolves to face you anyway.
I am Elidibus, and it is my duty to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. This I swore to someone. We spoke, and I swore. What? What did I...
He then summons a horde of shades to empower him and transform his primal form into that of the mythical first warrior of light, to clash against you, the warrior of darkness. As he attempts to strike you down, however, you clutch the crystal of the 14th Convocation member and invoke a similar incantation to the one the Exarch used in your battle with Emet. It is here that Hythlodaeus reveals to you the truth. You are, in fact, the reincarnation of that 14th Convocation member that stood against the other Ascians. Azim, shepherd to the stars in the dark. Remember when I told you to remember this?
Who? What are you?
This is that payoff. You now know what you are and your true purpose. This is why you were so powerful and why you were perhaps always destined to oppose the Ascians and ultimately reach this point. Between Elidibus' summoned shades and your fully summoned allies, the fight is pretty even, but with the help of a familiar ally, you prevail. Elidibus refuses to give up like Emet before him, but it's here the Exarch activates his trump card.
Elidibus, so fixated were you on my memories of the future, you failed to heed the lessons of the past. Your obsession blinded you to the true nature of this tower, this beacon of hope for mankind. Created to serve as a reservoir for the limitless energy of the heavens, to harness and bind the boundless, not unlike white auracite. Your ill-begotten power, obtained by exploiting that which is best in us. I shall have it, your soul and all!
When the dust settles, you are met with a tiny Elidibus in his original form, reminding you of just how young he was before he joined the Convocation. You place the crystals of his comrades in front of him, triggering a spark of memory in him for the first time in perhaps centuries.
Yes, I would become him. I would save everyone. This, I believed. Yet still they cried out in rage and despair. Divided over the fate of the star. A rare occurrence, always fleeting. But not this time. Not this time. reconciliation. Elidibus. I was needed. I withdrew myself from Zodiac for them. My people. My brothers. My friends. Stay strong. Keep the faith. At duty's end, we will meet again. We will. We will. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. But you are not here to see it.
You then are left to deal with a rapidly crystallizing Exarch who forces you to make him a promise.
We have averted the 8th umbral calamity, found a way for everyone to return to the source, and, last but not least, we have secured the future of all the people of Norvrand. We have won, my friend. So, I hope you'll forgive me this moment of selfishness, and while I wouldn't want you to feel obliged, promise me you'll take me on your next adventure. A journey. Together. That's all I ask.
He then transfers his soul into the spirit vessel before coming to terms with his inevitable fate.
May it serve as an undying promise, not only to those who look to me for leadership, but to any soul who has known despair, that hope is everlasting.
We aren't even close to being done yet. Everyone mourns the Exarch, knowing his fate was unavoidable. His death was not for nothing, however, as he gifted the Scions with the means to return to the source. The Scions resolve to make their goodbyes. Alisaie bids farewell to the clinic and Halric, hoping that the method she imparted will be enough to make the difference. Alphinaud bids farewell to the Chais, telling them how much he believes in their potential and how proud he is of their growth. The Chais thank him, declaring their intentions to keep in touch through you. Urianger prepares his things and gives you Ardbert's crystal of light that fell from his body when Elidibus died. It's now the only physical thing remaining of him. You give the crystal to Ardbert's old friend Seto and then grant the old bird one final gift.
Oh, how can this be?
Seto, my old friend. You've grown.
Oh, Ardbert, how I've missed you. I'm sorry I couldn't keep you safe, or even console you. Had I only learned to speak sooner, I would have told you how much you meant to me, how much I cared.
I knew. I always knew. But I'm happy to hear it nonetheless. Thank you, Seto. My partner in crime.
Come on, man. Haven't we cried enough? I swear, at this point, they're just being cruel. I don't care who you are. If you don't cry at this scene in context, you are officially dead inside. Y'shtola then prepares to say goodbye to the Blessed, but not before Runar proposes to her? I believe that's what's happening here. Y'shtola promises to find a way back across the rift if she can. With all that settled, you prepare to head back to the First, but not before Ryne, Lena, and the entire Crystarium come to bid you farewell.
And so, when our Lord awakens, I bid you give him a message. Tell him he needn't worry about us. That he need no longer hide who he truly is. That he should live his own life to the fullest. And that if he should ever find himself reminiscing on the past with a smile, we shall be smiling with him. Will you tell him this?
Get through it, get through it, get through it. Thancred leaves Ryne his gunblade, and the Scions transfer their souls into the vessels for you to carry across the rift. With Kryl and Ataru's help, the Scions are finally reunited with their bodies. Urianger then bids you deliver the final spirit vessel. As you rush to the crystal tower, Azim's crystal falls from your pocket. You decide to continue carrying it with you as a reminder of where you come from and what you are fighting for. Flash forward to a few days later where Y'shtola, Urianger, and Thancred are enjoying their recreated outfits from the First, and Alisaie is being a mood. Shout out to the animation department, they really pulled out all the stops for this one. It's then revealed that the plan to merge the Exarch with his younger body was successful. Cute scene where everyone sets off for a fun, simple adventure for a change. This is maybe the sweetest and most heartwarming scene in the whole game, and if the game ended here, I wouldn't complain. But we still have some loose ends to tie up. Namely, Xenos and his new Ascian friend. The Ascian reveals himself to be called Fandaniel, inhabiting the body of Asahi, aka Bullcut Shithead from Stormblood. With the last of the Unsundered gone, Fandaniel rejoices in his newfound freedom from Ascian duty and declares his intention to prepare Xenos' hunting ground, which seems to involve causing the apocalypse? Fun. And so ends Shadowbringers. For real this time. Before we begin, a disclaimer. This section is going to be difficult for me, for a variety of factors. I don't think I can put into words how much Shadowbringers means to me. Every so often a piece of media comes along at a turning point in your life and delivers to you a difficult message you need to hear, and it shapes your entire worldview. Shadowbringers was that expansion for me. The themes it chooses to grapple with are really difficult and challenging, but ones that resonated with me fiercely. Anyone who struggles with depression or who has a friend who struggles with depression needs to play this game. It will teach you not only what it means to suffer through such things, but also how to move forward. It's going to be painful, and it's going to bring back a lot of trauma, but trust me, it is worth it. Suffice to say that while I usually try to be more objective and analyze themes in a general sense, this and Endwalker are going to be a bit more personal for me, and I'm sorry if that's not what you're here for. As I'm sure it can be obvious at this point, Shadowbringers' main theme is finding hope through despair, guilt, or even depression. This can be most evidently seen in the depiction of both the Light and the 5 provinces of Norvrant. Light is most often associated with goodness and justice. Light usually represents the sun, heaven's glow, etc. But here, light takes on an oppressive, sinister quality. Urianger explains to us that the light is considered to be an element of stasis in the First, which actually makes a lot of sense. Light, and by extension the color of white, is a sterile and purifying energy. White is in fact the absence of color, or the spark of life that makes life interesting and worth living. It's also no coincidence that the servants of light have a certain religious aesthetic to them. The Sin Eaters and their architecture take inspiration from classic Renaissance art style and sculpture, a style of art that used elements of traditional Christian imagery fused with the Greco-Roman revival movement. The fact that the main servants of the light are called Sin Eaters really reinforces this Christian aesthetic. Each Sin Eater is given a name that starts with forgiven, with the sin they have been supposedly forgiven for. The Sin Eaters that were made out of the bodies of the old warriors of darkness that you fight in the role side quests take their names from the cardinal virtues. So, what's the point here? Are the developers criticizing Christianity? Well, yes and no. I think Shadowbringers is a point of criticism at organized religion in general, and more specifically how it claims to have the answers to pain and suffering, but really the answers they offer are mere platitudes at best and encourage an acceptance of ignorance and indolence at worst. The fact that VIII and his Paradise take heavy inspiration from Roman aesthetics is no mistake either. Rome is largely credited as the civilization that allowed Christianity to spread as rapidly as it did. It is also infamous for its corruption, hedonistic indulgences, and cruel emperors in the later part of its existence. There's this idea in Shadowbringers of forced euphoria, of accepting stasis and rejecting progress or change of any kind. This is ultimately what caused the downfall of the Roman Empire, its unwillingness to change and adapt to a world that was rapidly shifting against it. It is also the main point of contention a lot of people have of organized religion. Religion, especially Christianity, has an aversion to progress or change. Now, I want to be clear here. I do not think that religion is inherently a bad thing. Religion can offer a lot of guidance and comfort to people who need it. I do, however, agree that organized religion does more harm to the people it claims it is trying to help than not. Religion only succeeds when it convinces its followers that it not only has the answers, but the only answers. Happiness in the eyes of the church can only be achieved through adherence to its strict ideology or dogma. Agree or disagree, it seems the developers of Shadowbringers believe this idea to be false. All of this ultimately feeds into the ultimate sin of the light, toxic positivity. Anyone who has suffered from depression will ultimately know what I'm referring to. Toxic positivity is the idea that bad feelings can be overcome through easy answers or changing your mindset. It is the idea enforced by society that only good emotions and ideas are acceptable. Sadness, regret, and other negative emotions are aberrant and must be expunged. Toxic positivity feeds into the idea that people are unhappy due to their own actions or mindset, rather than seeing depression as a disease that affects the chemistry of the mind and is a constant battle that requires years of therapy and maybe even medication. Toxic positivity espouses that depression is merely a state of mind, one that can be overcome by thinking positively, powering through it, or merely getting over it. There's this great analogy that floats around the internet about this kind of mindset. Imagine a person has a broken arm. Toxic positivity would have you believe that the proper course here would be to power through it, or just get over it. This is not only ridiculous and bad advice, it is actively harmful. You transfer the ownership of an injury to the person who suffers. If they don't get better, or it takes time for them to heal, it's their own fault and not merely something that is entirely outside of their control. The same is true for those who suffer from grief, anxiety, trauma, or depression. Something is fundamentally broken in such people. It is not something that is in their control, and it is certainly not something they should be blamed for. That is not to say that people cannot heal and mend themselves if they suffer from depression or anxiety, but it's not as simple as merely thinking positively or powering through. Such actions will only drive victims of illnesses deeper into their own depression and self-loathing. Now they must pretend to be positive to make you feel better, or bury their emotions lest society continue to ostracize and ridicule them. Such methods are isolating and devastating, and in many cases it can lead to extreme and tragic results. Shadowbringers condemns this false positivity, which can be seen in its rejection of Eulmore's enforced bliss, the religious idolatry represented in the Sin Eaters, and even in the names of the Light Wardens. The three Light Wardens that aren't VIII or Titania have very telling names. Each one is named after one of the classical Greek forms of love. The first, Philia, refers to brotherly love, or the love of friends. The second, Eros, is the Greek name for romantic love that one has with one's partner. The third, Storge, refers to familial love, the kind you can get from the support of your parents and siblings. The reason for this theme naming is to dispel another myth about dealing with depression. Those who suffer from depression and anxiety have the tendency to lean on the idea that their emotional state is beyond their control, and they can only get through their suffering with the help of friends, family, or loved ones. Shadowbringers seems to argue this idea is false as well. This may be hard for you to hear if you suffer from depression, but you will not get better by leaning on your friends or family for support. As someone who has struggled with depression for most of my life, this lesson was hard for me to learn and accept. Family, friends, and loved ones are great to help you with support and encouragement, but they should not be used as a crutch. Toxic positivity needs to be rejected, and you owe no one an apology for feeling your own feelings, but neither should you force your burdens onto the people you care about. Depression, anxiety, trauma, and grief are unfortunately solo battles. Your loved ones can encourage you, give you a sword and shield, and pull you back up when you get knocked out of the battle. But this is a fight you have to face yourself, because no one else can. Your friends and family cannot fight your demons for you because they don't even know what they are. Your inner bully and self-hatred will never go away unless you turn to face it yourself. When I mentioned that Shadowbringers taught me a lot of hard lessons, this is what I was referring to. We have to find our own footing, our own 2 feet, if we have any hope of succeeding. In other words, don't rely on your loved ones to make you better. Go to therapy. I honestly think it can help everyone. Even if you feel your issues are minor, I promise you that they aren't, and even you can benefit from some form of therapy. Accepting that you need help is not a failing or a weakness, it is a mark of strength. I'll put some links in the description to sources that I think can help you, especially if you're going through a crisis. Just know that however bad you think your situation is, you aren't alone. The fact that something like Shadowbringers exists is proof enough of that. So we've seen how light and its various incarnate servants can serve as a critique of the many unhealthy ways victims of depression are encouraged to solve their problems. But what does Shadowbringers have to say about the nature of grief and depression itself? When looking at the nature of depression, grief, guilt, and trauma, we must first look at the victims of the light, not the sin eaters themselves, but rather the patients of the inn at Journey's Head and similar cases. Those who have suffered great loss, grief, or depression, or know someone who suffers through these things, will find the symptoms of the afflicted all too eerily familiar. The light, as an embodiment of both toxic positivity and depression itself, completely wipes away a person's personality until there is nothing left but complacency and stasis. There is something incredibly heartbreaking about Halric's blank stare. It can be creepy, yes, but only because Halric's condition is an extreme depiction of a debilitating chronic depression, or at least one form of it. We talked earlier about how Eulmore is an embodiment of that lethargic and unmotivated quality depression gives you. Halric and the other afflicted are this idea taken to its logical extreme. No will, no motivation, no ambitions because having such things are far beyond your ability to grasp. You are neutral, forever a prisoner of your own consciousness, forced to stare blankly at an unfeeling void, unable to even act. The afflicted also share many similarities to victims of post-traumatic stress disorder, not the least of which is their unnerving 1,000-yard stare. The first is a place full of collective trauma, and the question then becomes, how do you help a world that has suffered such unimaginable loss and so much generational PTSD to recover? This isn't fiction. Generational and collective trauma is a real thing that happens. In the wake of massive world-changing events such as 9/11, real people reported similar symptoms to victims of PTSD, even if they may not have been physically there to witness it. Hell, I'm sure for a lot of you who are old enough to remember, the mere mention of 9/11 may have made you cringe. Maybe you thought this mention of it was too soon, or I made the conversation too real. That is emblematic of collective trauma. In many ways, we still haven't fully healed from what happened. So 100 years of not only constant suffering, but frequent reminders of the tragedy that happened can take an extreme toll on a populace. This feeds into how Norvrand and each of the 5 provinces, minus the Tempest, are representative of the 5 stages of grief. We already talked a bit about how Eulmore represents the acceptance stage of grief, but in a negative light. Most properties that play with the classic 5 stages depict acceptance as a good thing, the necessary step to move on and heal. While that can be true for normal grief and trauma, it is not true for those who suffer from chronic conditions such as depression, anxiety, or PTSD. Accepting that you can do nothing to change your condition is the first step towards losing entirely. When you accept that bad things will happen to you regardless of any steps you can take, you have essentially walked away from ever having the chance to fully heal. So rather than focus on acceptance as an unambiguous good, it seems Shadowbringers is arguing a more nuanced take. To quote the Serenity Prayer from Alcoholics Anonymous, "God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference." Obviously, you don't need God to understand this lesson, but it's a lesson that needs to be learned. There will always be things we can't change, parts of ourselves we can't fix no matter how much we may want to. Accepting this is good and necessary, but you also need to have the wisdom to recognize that there are things you can change, steps you can take to fix your situation, even if it may be incredibly difficult. Of course, it's always easier to give up, but that was never the message of this game. Acceptance should never be confused with complacency. Amarang, then, is representative of the depression stage of grief. Throughout Amarang, you are given evidence of this. The light is more present here than it is perhaps anywhere else. Its presence is oppressive and hard to ignore, as there are very few spots where you can be shaded from its tyrannical watch. We talked about the afflicted and how they are in many ways a depiction of the worst parts of depression, but even in the hills far away from the clinic, we still see a populace that has given up and surrendered to grief. Magnus is a broken man who is unable to accept the tragedy that befell him. As a result, he is stuck in a vicious cycle of drinking, mourning, passing out, and then repeat. He never is able to take the steps to move forward because he has completely given up hope for himself. But part of the arc of Amarang is helping people find the courage and the hope to move on. Tesleen said it best when she said that we all deserve happiness wherever we can find it. And I think that's something we often forget. Sometimes we can fool ourselves into believing that we are unworthy of happiness, that we are just one of the few people who have to suffer. Someone has to do the dirty jobs, and some people have to be unhappy, right? But that's bullshit. Everyone deserves to find their own happiness, and no one, not your boss, not your parents, not your therapist, and most certainly not you, can force you to believe otherwise. After all, the time we have left to us is precious, and it is too short to be squandered on misery and regret. Magnus only woke up when he realized this, when he realized that what his wife fought for and what she died for are still worth living for, and it is a bitter pill to swallow. In a similar vein, we have Eulmore and its embodiment of denial. Denial is different from the complacency we see in Eulmore. Denial isn't so much accepting that you can't do anything to fix the world, but denying that there is a problem to fix in the first place. The fairies of Eulmore care not a whit about the affairs of mortals, nor the ever-present light. After all, they were here long before the light came, and they will be here long after it is gone. But denial only harms yourself and benefits no one. You may think your life is easier and more bearable if you simply ignore the troubles around you. Life's too short to fret, right? So why bother? Living in denial about your issues, and especially your grief or depression, is like ignoring an infected wound. Sure, it can feel good to ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist, but every minute you ignore it, the infection worsens and grows until you reach a point of no return. And where previously you might have had a chance to stop the infection, to do something to save yourself, it is now far too late. Eulmore improves when the fairies learn this lesson, when they learn to stop ignoring the world and actually give a shit. Granted, they are brought to that view kicking and screaming by their king Titania, but they achieve it nonetheless. Seto too is in denial. He refuses to accept what the world has become and how it views his friend, and so he fled, hiding away from men so he would no longer have to hear their wounding words. But Seto ultimately has to accept that his friend is gone, and that his legacy is never truly tarnished or forgotten, as long as there are people around who still remember. It's then no surprise that his arc is completed with his decision to fly for the first time in centuries, to see the world he had chosen to ignore and condemn as a lost cause. In Raktika, we see a different perspective, that of anger and wrath. The Knights Blessed, children of the everlasting dark, and even the heirs of Ronka are angry at what the light has taken from them. Instead of taking steps to fix it, they hold onto their dogmatic beliefs to a point where it drives them to violence against the other inhabitants of the forest. They seek to solve their problems in a ceaseless assault against the light and any who reject their beliefs as flawed. The Knights Blessed may be more pacifist than the other two factions, but it cannot be denied that their chosen way of welcoming strangers was to threaten you with arrows. The people of Raktika have experienced profound loss and pain, and it has made them fearful, paranoid, and untrusting of outsiders or anyone they deem corrupted by the light. It is only with the return of night, the rediscovery of their heritage, or simply beating sense into them that the people of the forest realize their self-destructive behavior for what it is. When dealing with pain, trauma, or grief, it is tempting or even understandable to want to be angry, to seek for anyone to blame for your situation. But all too often, there is no one to blame. Sometimes bad things happen to good people because we live in a cruel, uncaring universe with even crueler people. But the answer is not to meet violence with violence, cruelty with paranoia and mistrust. The people in your life that you seek to blame and hold to account may be the only ones who have the power or willingness to help you. As we saw with the Knights Blessed greeting the Warriors of Darkness, choosing to blame or mistrust those who only want to help you will only succeed in damning you. Eventually, your anger, your need for justice and answers will only drive everyone away until you are left to deal with your problems alone. And finally, we come to Lakeland and the Crystarium. The Exarch and his people embody a heroic version of the bargaining stage, though perhaps bargaining in this case is doing them a disservice. It's more like putting the work in. Bargaining is a stage of grief I don't really see addressed a lot in media, and that's because outside of a religious context, I feel not many people go through this stage. Who is there to bargain with when there is grief, aside from a god or maybe a doctor? Bargaining can indeed be detrimental. It can give you false hope, or cause you more grief by trying to change something that is beyond your control. But let's go back to that prayer of serenity again. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. There will always be forces outside our control, things we cannot change about the world or ourselves. But the things we can change must be met if we want to have any hope of improving our circumstances. The people of the Crystarium never once give up on hope or change. They never give in to despair, nor accept that they can do nothing to fix their situation. Indeed, from the Exarch's first arrival on the First, the people strive to make their lives better. Even if they can't dispel the light that plagues them entirely, they choose to improve the things that they can in order to make the most of what time they may have left. They don't submit to complacency like Eulmore, nor to depression as an Amarang. They don't deny what is clearly in front of them like the fairies do, nor do they feel bitterness or anger at their situation. What makes the people of the Crystarium so inspiring is that even in their darkest moments, even when their Exarch is taken from them, their champion falls ill, and the light they thought banished returns, they never, ever lose their optimism or hope for the future. They are a beacon for all of Norvrand, an example of what can be accomplished through mindful bargaining. The message is clear. Accept your circumstances. Do not run from them, and do not deny them, and never, ever stop fighting. Though the losses be grave, endure them. Though the victories be hollow, claim them. Well, I think I've rambled enough for a bit. Let's turn our attention to our characters and how they fit into the larger narrative and themes of Shadowbringers. This is going to be quite a bit longer than normal for you. See, when it came to try to figure out which characters I wanted to focus on for this expansion, I realized I can't really just pick a few like I normally do. All of our core cast members contribute to the theme in some way, and unlike previous expansions, each one of them has an arc worthy of exploring. So for this, we are going to be looking at each of the 5 scions, as well as our 3 main supporting characters and 2 main villains. So that will be Alisaie, Alphinaud, Urianger, Y'shtola, Thancred, and Ryne, as well as Ardbert, Emet-Selch, Elidibus, and the Exarch. Oh boy, I don't know why I do this to myself. Let's begin with Alisaie. Alisaie is perhaps my favorite scion, especially after this expansion. She's a lot more energetic and passionate than her twin, but up to this point she hasn't really gotten nearly as much character development as Alphinaud. But that changes here, and it definitely makes it easier to tell the two apart, somewhat helped by their different outfits. If each of the scions represents a stage of grief like the provinces of Norvrant, Alisaie is pretty clearly emblematic of wrath. Alisaie has always been somewhat of a firecracker, and she's never afraid to speak her mind.
Another self-important little brat. Just what we need.
Reminds me of my childhood.
All right, I'm sorry. It was a joke. Honestly, just a joke.
This forms a nice contrast with her brother. If the relationship to one another can be described as anything, then it would be in the concept of the red Oni versus blue Oni dynamic. This is a trope that is often seen in stories with two similar but different characters. Usually one character is associated with rational thought, a sensitive heart, and introvertedness. This character is called the blue Oni. The red Oni, by contrast, is associated with passion, energy, and extrovertedness. It's pretty clear who's who in this situation. They even wear their respective colors in case you're confused. Unlike her brother, Alisaie has always tried to solve her problems head-on, relying on no one but herself. But, like her brother, she struggles with a hero complex. This complex manifests itself differently from Alphinaud, however. Alphinaud was a headstrong boy whose ego convinced him that he was the solution to the world's problems. Alisaie instead suffers from taking on too much responsibility. Her failures hit her extremely hard as she feels she is responsible when things go south. This is an unfair burden she's putting on herself. Alisaie constantly acts like she carries the weight of the world on her shoulders, and while she fully realizes that she is not the sole solution to people's problems, she believes she is responsible for when those problems get worse. She has a playful rivalry with the Warrior of Light at times, seeking to outdo you, but it becomes clear in both Shadowbringers and Endwalker that this behavior stems less from her ego and wanting to be better than you, but out of a desire to prove to both you and herself that she is just as capable as you. Alisaie holds herself to an impossible standard and is invariably devastated when she fails to live up to that standard. We saw a bit of this in our solo time with her in Stormblood. When the Scions fell, Alisaie took the blame upon herself. She felt that there was more that she could have done for them, just like she could have with Gabu. But this is completely unfair of her to do. Oftentimes when our friends and the people we care about suffer, there is a tendency to want to try and fix them, to make their problems go away. This is understandable and even rational. We don't like seeing our loved ones in pain, but sometimes we can't fix people or solve everyone's problems. As I have said numerous times in this video, there are some things you cannot control. And if you refuse to accept that, you not only cause yourself meaningless pain, you also worsen the pain of your friends. As harsh as it may sound, blaming yourself for being unable to fix others' problems shifts the focus to you. Rather than offering sympathy to the one who is suffering, you've made the situation all about yourself, and this is hurtful and unhealthy behavior. Alisaie has yet to fully accept this, but she will. And it starts here on the first. Here there are people that she can actually help, though the situation at first may seem hopeless. Alisaie embodies wrath in that she is quick to be frustrated at her own failures and focus that rage into external action. She hates the situation and herself for not having a solution to it. But one of the things that makes Alisaie such an admirable and awesome character is that she eventually learns somewhat that her failures are merely a setback. She never stops holding herself responsible, but she stops letting that pull her into herself, instead using that failure as motivation to do better. Each scion has their own answer to Emet-Selch's question, and Alisaie's is clear: reject passivity and apathy. Never stop fighting no matter how hopeless it may seem.
Our worlds may not live up to your lofty standards, but they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and love and hope. And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
And that's what makes her my favorite scion. It also doesn't hurt that she's very funny, especially in her interactions with her brother.
Well spotted. I'm so glad you're here to explain these things.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing.
And that brings us back to Alphinaud. Our boy has been with us from the beginning, but he feels like a completely different person now. He's come a long way from where he was back in A Realm Reborn, and even in Heavensward. Heavensward saw an arc for Alphinaud that saw him accept where he went wrong and how he failed his friends and himself. Shadowbringers instead sees Alphinaud come into his own a little more. He's gone from a pompous windbag whose speeches weren't even enough to move his own men to loyalty, to a gifted orator, able to move entire cities to act. In many ways, VIII acts as a dark mirror for Alphinaud. Alphinaud sees a lot of himself in the ruler of Eulmore, the self-assuredness that you are the solution to the world's problems when really you are just trying to satisfy your own ego. Alphinaud, hopeless though it may be, does try to beseech VIII to see the error of his ways. This is not a failing of Alphinaud's, though it may at first appear to be. It in fact shows how far he has come. Old Alphinaud would have dismissed both VIII and Eulmore as lost causes to be eliminated, but new Alphinaud sees past this to the human lying at the heart of everyone in the first. VIII may be a selfish, arrogant, reckless man-child, but at his heart he is a scared boy who was never really taught the consequences of his own actions. When he is brought low, he's terrified and distraught as he was always taught that every decision he made was the correct one. It's no wonder Alphinaud sees himself in VIII. VIII is him if he never grew up. Had he never learned the truth about himself, Alphinaud was doomed to be like VIII, a man so self-assured that his path is the correct one that he ignores all other options and refuses to acknowledge how his actions may harm others. There is a great speech Alphinaud makes to the people of Eulmore. In it, he doesn't sugarcoat things. He tells people that while it may be tempting to blame VIII and say that all the bad things they did were due to them being mind-controlled, all they are really doing is lying to themselves and refusing to take responsibility for their mistakes. Alphinaud's lesson is that you cannot take the easy way out. You must hold yourself responsible.
It is not for me to judge you, but for your victims, for history, for your conscience. You have dreamed a twisted dream, but now you are awake.
You have dreamed a twisted dream, but now you are awake. What an absolutely fantastic line. Alphinaud gets some of the best one-liners in this game.
The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present. One day, we too will be ashes and dust. But not today. Our time is not yet finished. We share your conviction, and that is why we will not abandon our course.
If Alphinaud embodies any stage of grief, it is, like Eulmore, acceptance. But it is a different kind of acceptance from the Eulmorans. He has not let himself submit to complacency, but to understanding. He understands what is wrong with Eulmore because he has grown to understand what is wrong in himself. As he explains to Lady and Master Chai, when he gave the Eulmorans their rude awakening, he was worried that the revelation might break them, as it did him. But to his surprise, it only succeeded in galvanizing them. And from this, Alphinaud further learns that no one is beyond hope or saving, and we do ourselves no favors by letting ourselves be consumed by depression. Do not focus on your failures. Use them as guideposts to light the way forward. It is this empathetic outlook that ultimately morphs Alphinaud into somewhat of the emissary of the Scions. He's always been a pretty brilliant tactician and found himself, for a while, as the planner and strategist of the Scions, but here we see his diplomatic side of him come to the forefront. It is he who is first to understand Emet-Selch's motivations and try to answer the Ascians' worldview with counter-arguments. Alphinaud's ultimate answer is that humanity will find its own way forward, and must be judged based on the decisions or actions they take, rather than their innate nature.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
The sins of the past need not be our anchors. Like I said, Alphinaud has definitely grown up. I'll be honest, I did not give a shit about Urianger before this expansion. Before this point, the most amount of character development he got was in his pseudo-betrayal with the Warriors of Darkness. Afterwards, though, he went right back to Mr. Plot MacGuffin Distributor Man. Holy hell, how that changed here. The developers not only gave him a character, they gave him an utterly fascinating one. Urianger most clearly embodies the bargaining stage of grief. As the Exarch's sole confidant, Urianger has been working tirelessly from day one to find a solution to the problems facing the First and the Source. Before, he never felt very relevant. He was always in the background as sort of mission control. He was sort of like our Q. That's a James Bond reference. But then he began to fight with Kryl and Tataru for that role. While he still holds that sort of role here, he has become more than just the eccentric mage who spouts Shakespearean proverbs at you. In his conversations with Ryne, it's clear that Urianger blames himself not only for the state the world finds itself in, but also in Ryne's miserable existence. His schemes and plans ultimately culminated in Minfilia being forced to intercede on behalf of the First. This did save the world, yes, but it came at great cost. The people have suffered for more than a century. Minfilia is gone, her soul being repeatedly reincarnated through countless generations of doomed little girls who never asked for this burden. Even Ryne's situation is in many ways his fault. Not just that she exists due to Minfilia's actions, but her neglect at Thancred's hands comes from the fact that he is unwilling to accept that Minfilia is in fact gone, a direct result of Urianger's actions. But Urianger never accepted that things needed to stay the way they were. He spent his entire time on the First seeking to rectify his mistakes that were necessary, but that had unintended consequences. Urianger was always a man who lived his life according to the creed that hard choices are necessary to ensure a brighter future. He was always willing to play the villain if it was needed to achieve a greater good, but here he is forced to reckon with that philosophy. While it may have served him well in the past, he ignored the collateral damage he left in his wake. His arc is ultimately coming to realize that a brighter future means nothing if the next generation is not around to appreciate it. I don't think Urianger ever really forgives himself for the state of things in the First, but he does ultimately learn to move forward, and that's why his answer to Emet-Selch is that we cannot sacrifice those who may come after us for the sake of our own vision of the future.
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow, to strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
Y'shtola, by contrast, embodies depression and a focus on the past. She has retreated away from the world and the Exarch, as well as all her friends, content to research and live on her own with her own people. It's clear upon reuniting with Y'shtola that she has become profoundly cynical. She has lost faith in the Exarch and the hope that things will get better long ago. Even in you, she only sees trouble and danger, not the world's salvation. Y'shtola has always been the preeminent student and the logical scholar to a fault. She is perhaps the least emotional of the Scions and, as a result, often belittles people for what she views as sentimentality. But it is here where it really starts to get in her way. Y'shtola's biggest flaw is disregarding the needs of others while in pursuit of her own agenda. For the most part, she's pretty good about setting aside her indifference for the sake of saving the world and doing what's right, but unlike Urianger, she has not spent time on the First trying to figure out how to free the world from the everlasting light. Instead, she has been occupying herself with helping people of the Knights Blessed prosper, and while that is admirable, it ignores the larger issues at play. She admits that she got tired of all the Exarch's secrets and decided that it wasn't worth her time to stick around anymore. Like the people of Amarang, Y'shtola has bought into the idea that the fight to save the world is a losing one, and feels any effort to fix the situation may only end up making things worse. On seeing the efforts you are going through to save the world, she is not lining up with the rest of the Scions cheering you on, or reminding you that what you are doing is dangerous and reckless. But it is the same recklessness that she uses to save the Knights Blessed. She chides you and the others for being reckless, but what Y'shtola will never admit about herself is that she is exactly the same way. For all her dismissal of sentimentality, she willingly trades her life for the Knights Blessed without a second thought. Y'shtola's other biggest flaw was that she always had her eye on the past, and in many ways she found more commonality with books, runes, and ancient script than with real people. It is her time with the Knights Blessed, and with Runar in particular, that she ultimately learns to move past this. The Knights Blessed never think of the past. They do not care how the Flood of Light came to be. Their minds are ever on the present and the future. to protect those that they can protect now. Y'shtola's biggest fear may be that her accomplishments and legacy will be lost to time, but the Blessed show her that none of that matters if you do not focus on what you have now. Knowledge for its own sake will only get you so far, and knowledge in a vacuum is worthless unless it can be used for something. Y'shtola has been an advocate for preservation of ruins, of history, of the knowledge of the past, but Shadowbringers is where she comes to value the preservation of the present. And it is therefore no surprise that her answer to Emet-Selch is her staunch refusal to abandon the world and the people that are important to her.
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away, but that is no reason for us to forsake it.
Now it's time to talk about Thancred, or as the fanbase refers to him here, Dadcred. Of all the Scions, Shadowbringers felt like Thancred's expansion. He gets the most radical growth and development we've ever seen from him. Before this point, we basically had two modes for Thancred: roguish ladies' man and unflinching badass. This is the first time we are given a look behind that exterior, to a man with a lot of baggage, unresolved feelings, and an incredibly toxic approach to relationships in his life. Fitting for the embodiment of denial. Thancred's biggest flaw as a father figure is his absolute refusal to accept his role in Ryne's life. He sees himself as the guardian of an important tool, not a mentor or father figure for a girl who has had only one other role model in her entire life. It's clear in both discussions with him, Urianger, and Ryne that Thancred somewhat resents the position he's been put in, seeing it as more of an obligation or responsibility. There is truth in Ryne's suspicions that Thancred cares more about his Minfilia than Ryne herself. There's a concept known as toxic masculinity that people seem to misunderstand a lot. Toxic masculinity is not a concept that men are toxic or things having to do with masculinity are inherently toxic. Rather, toxic masculinity refers to toxic behavior that men engage in to reinforce their manhood that is harmful to others, but just as often harmful to themselves. If you want to know more about toxic masculinity, then I highly encourage you to check out Lindsay Ellis's video on Guardians of the Galaxy. She summarizes the concept and its effects on male identity way better than I ever could. Thancred is engaging in some serious toxic masculinity. He refuses to see the two Minfilias as distinct people with their own autonomy. He feels a sense of ownership or possession over them, and it is why he is fundamentally unable to see Ryne as anything other than an obstacle to the Minfilia he is obsessed over.
And what of my wishes? What of Flamine's? What of all the people who love and care for you and want nothing more than to see you again?
It is not their decision to make. It is hers. This child's. This Minfilia's.
We all have things we wish we could say to those we love after they pass away, and oftentimes we push that regret onto others. If Thancred is a father figure for Ryne, then Minfilia is essentially like her mother. It is quite common in real-life situations where a mother dies in childbirth, or when her child is very young, for the living parent, usually a father, to blame the child. It is an unfair but understandable feeling. Every time a surviving parent looks into the eyes of their child, it is hard to separate them from the deceased parent, to see them as a similar but far inferior copy of the one they loved. This can have a devastating effect on a child's mental development, as we can clearly see with Ryne. She is plagued with self-doubt, self-hatred, and depression. She tries so hard to get some semblance of recognition from her father figure, but it's a losing battle, as she is basically trying to live up to an impossible standard. She has to live up to Minfilia, and that's not only impossible because she's a child and a distinct separate person, but because Thancred has elevated Minfilia to a pedestal since her death, unable to accept that she may ever be truly gone. It's tempting to interpret Thancred's decision to hide Minfilia's brief possession of Ryne as a misguided attempt to protect the poor child, but that is not the case. That may be what Thancred tells himself, but it is clear that he hides the truth from Ryne because he doesn't see her as worthy of having it. He doesn't see himself as a father, merely a babysitter. Thancred ultimately has to come to terms with his role in Ryne's life and the truth of Minfilia's death when he is forced to confront the two people that most embody his flaws, Magnus and Ranjit. Just as Emet-Selch is your antagonist and Vothri is Alphinaud's, Ranjit is Thancred's. Like Thancred, Ranjit acted as something of a father figure to Ryne, but an extremely toxic one. Whereas Thancred gave Ryne freedom, almost too much freedom to where it borders on neglect, Ranjit gave her strict structure and expectations. Ranjit is the ultimate paranoid, overprotective dad. He's lost one too many daughters over the years, being forced to watch as the Menphilias he trained over the generations died again and again in his arms. Rather than suffer such loss again, Ranjit would rather lock her up, out of sight, and keep her safe. He shelters her out of a similar obsession to Thancred. Thancred is obsessed with Ryne being an obstacle to recovering his Menphilia, while Ranjit would rather die than lose another of his own Menphilias. But this too turns out to be a lie, one born from toxic masculinity. In Ranjit, Thancred discovers a man that is too obsessed with his idea of Ryne's future that when she deviates from this path in any way, he decides it would be better to kill her because she doesn't live up to his own idea of her. His need to protect Ryne ultimately did not stem from some fatherly instinct, but rather a sense of ownership. From this, Thancred comes to realize his own deep flaws and begins to value Ryne's individuality and her ability to make her own choices. The final fight between them is not a useless competition to decide who is the better father, but rather Ryne's own self-determination as a fully fledged human being. But it is through Magnus that Thancred learns to let go. He sees in Magnus a man who is unwilling to do so, unwilling to move on from the past and accept that those he loves are gone for good. Magnus represents a possible future for Thancred, one where he succumbs to his bitterness and depression, loses Ryne, and spends his days drinking and feeling sorry for himself. Magnus is ultimately able to move on when he recognizes that his wife's legacy lives on through her dreams and her efforts to achieve them. Just as Magnus's wife lost her life claiming the Heartstone necessary to make their dreams a reality, Menphilia lost her life creating Ryne. Ryne is Menphilia's legacy as much as the Heartstone is Magnus's wife's. And it is through our legacies that we achieve immortality. It's no coincidence that no sooner does Thancred accept this about Ryne, except that his Menphilia is truly gone, then Ryne ceases to look like Menphilia and look like her own distinct self.
I know better than most how much you've grown, and I have every confidence you'll make your people proud. Gods know I'm proud of you. I always will be. You deserve all the happiness in the world, and more.
Thancred's answer to Emet-Selch is a culmination of this journey and growth. He offers no words, but merely puts his faith in his daughter to do what is necessary.
Now, Ryne! Now!
Which brings us to Ryne. As I stated before, there was a concern about Ryne going into Shadowbringers that she was going to be like Lise, but worse. An annoying kid who is a burden. I certainly bought into this idea. I don't usually like kids in stories, but I was willing to give her a chance, seeing as how they won me over with Alphinaud and Alisaie. I was not expecting to connect so hard with a character. Unlike Lise, Ryne feels like she offers her own unique and capable contribution to the team, without ever feeling like she's taking the spotlight. Throughout the story, Ryne shows a drive to be a solid contributor and not the burden some people, especially Thancred, see her to be. This determination is not manifested from nowhere and doesn't come across as unfounded. Ryne is clearly a very capable person who fights with just as much determination as anyone else on the team. But Thancred and Ranjit have made her feel that she has no value, that she is merely a MacGuffin that burdens and holds back everyone around her. And so her drive comes from this desire to prove to them and herself that she does have value. Like any good character though, Ryne suffers from a major character flaw, that being her self-doubt, self-hatred, and depression. She always fears that she isn't doing enough, that she is in fact a burden to her friends, and that she is only an obstacle to those who would rather she be anyone else. Ryne struggles with acknowledging the fact that people around her do in fact care about her and want her to succeed. For her, she is unworthy of love, unworthy of concern or affection. Her whole life, she has been instilled with the idea that her mere existence is an issue, one which needs to be addressed. And that's what makes her speech to Urianger so damn heartbreaking. She honestly believes that her existence is so problematic, that she is so incapable, that it would be better for everyone if she was just dead, especially Thancred. I can't begin to tell you how hard this hit me. Like Ryne, I have struggled for a long time with feelings of inadequacy and self-loathing. Like Ryne, I still don't fully believe that I'm worthy of love, and that my mere existence causes pain to the people around me. It's a sentiment that can be all too familiar to those with chronic depression. We feel that those around us do not understand our true nature. They tell us that they see beauty in us, worth, value, but we know the truth. Their words are lies. We are poison. We were born poison, and we will die having made life worse for everyone else. If the scions represent the different stages of grief and the toll they can take on a person, Ryne is all of their powers combined into a bitter reality, a portrait of chronic depression. And that's what makes Ryne the emotional core of Shadowbringers, the lens through which we are meant to learn the lesson, that Ryne is wrong, and the lies she tells herself are the greatest tragedy of the first. This girl, this wonderful girl, cannot bring herself to believe that she has value because no one has ever given her any indication that she does. But nothing could be further from the truth. We all have that voice in our head, the one that tells us we aren't good enough. For most, it may manifest as momentary doubt, but for those of us with depression, that voice is all we hear every day. It's like some awful bully that stands over us, mocking us, encouraging us to give up. Ryne's arc is ultimately coming to the realization that she does have value, not in how others see her, but in how she sees herself and others. Her refutation of Ranjit will always be one of my all-time favorite speeches in any game.
I don't know about the world, but I never asked to be saved. However much it hurts, and however hard it gets, it's my life, and I want to live it on my own terms!
Ryne in that moment refuses to listen to that bully in her head, to Ranjit telling her that she is worth more dead than alive. She chooses to stand up for her friends, and in that moment finds her strength. It's a beautiful and powerful arc, one that was only made possible by the lessons her friends taught her. Through Alisaie, she learned to turn her failures into a strength to push her onward. From Alphinaud, she learned to accept who she was and grow knowing her own deficiencies. From Urianger, she learned to chart a course to the future without forgetting the lessons of the past. From Y'shtola, she learned to value the time that she has now and to fight for what she believes in. And from Thancred, she learned to not deny who she truly is. And, most importantly, from you, she learned to be a symbol of hope for a forsaken world, but not let such responsibility consume her very identity. And no sooner does she find her own strength than the one who she sought approval from more than anyone gives it to her. Her arc, though, is realizing that she never needed it in the first place. And that's why in the final fight she has no words for Emet. Her words are for you and you alone. Don't stop fighting. Never give up.
Fight it. You have to hold on.
And speaking of misplaced doubt, let's talk about our good friend Ardbert. Ardbert serves a crucial role in Shadowbringers. Like Ryne, he acts as part of the emotional core of the expansion. Ardbert blames himself for the problems plaguing the first. By the time we meet up with him, he has already abandoned hope entirely. He sees the heroism he once valued as a waste of time. One of the reasons I feel playing through the Dark Knight story should be mandatory is that there are clear echoes of it in the way Shadowbringers presents Ardbert, and not just due to the fact that they were written by the same person. Ardbert and Frey fill kind of the same role for the Warrior of Light. They act as our inner thoughts and hidden frustrations. Whereas Frey represents our anger and resentment, Mist represents our guilt and sorrow, Ardbert represents our fatigue with the hero lifestyle. It's no coincidence that the flagship class for this expansion is in fact the Dark Knight. Aside from all the misplaced guilt and blame Ardbert holds on himself, He struggles with his exasperation and exhaustion over the constant struggle for the hero's lot. There are many times in the story where he reminisces with you, but all his memories and stories are simply massed attempts to get you to give up, to realize how pointless your struggles are. When he was alive, he and his friends believed that their fight was crucial and necessary. But despite the fact that they succeeded in saving the world, all he can see is how he made things worse, and in the end, he and his friends and the things they fought for are no longer remembered. Or, if they are, it is to paint them as villains. So what's the point? Why fight if all your efforts are ultimately forgotten? We can look for an answer to this mentality in the Exarch's final words of the base expansion.
As ether obeys the cycle, as death and decay gives way to new life, so too do the memories we share inspire others to rise to greatness. For we who walk before may lead those who walk after. Your road goes ever on, as does your story, as does your legacy. Such is the hero's lot, to touch the lives of countless others.
In essence, a hero is more than the sum of their actions. Even if the events and decisions you made fade into obscurity, the lives you have touched and the roads you have paved will continue to inspire and guide later generations forward, even if you yourself are not remembered for it. The turning point for Ardbert comes upon seeing how his people, or rather the descendants of his people, did not give up hope like he did. They still saw something worth fighting for, and they did not require any hero to do it for them. They used the hope and inspiration you gave them to work towards a goal greater than themselves. It can always be tempting when you are fighting impossible odds to simply submit to the path of least resistance, the least pain. But this is a short-sighted approach. Ardbert initially believed it would have been better if he had allowed the rejoining to happen, to spare those that came after from experiencing more suffering and pain. But progress is not a straight line. There will always be setbacks, some so great you may very well question whether the fight is even worth having, if any progress can even be made. But giving into such a mindset ignores all the stepping stones you have placed, stones that would never exist without your efforts. Especially in this day and age, that kind of message is crucial. I know our world is fucked. I know it's tempting to feel hopeless, that you can't continue to fight for change and progress because the rules of the fight weren't fair to begin with. But there will always be people like VIII, organizations like Eulmore that seek to stifle progress and change, but progress cannot be stopped. Humans cannot exist in stasis. Change is inevitable. There may be bumps on the road, and we may never live to see the change we fight for, but not continuing the fight does not ensure change will never come. It just means that the change will be for the worse. Ardbert comes to the realization that he didn't fail. He didn't lose or make things worse. He set the stage that was necessary to save his people. As the man says himself,
My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish.
If Ardbert is a manifestation of our inner will and consciousness, then Emet-Selch represents that voice of negativity in our head. The one that tells you you aren't good enough, not smart enough, not strong enough. That inner bully that I mentioned before. Part of what makes that voice so sinister is that, like Emet-Selch, it can worm its way into your head by presenting itself as friendly and having your best interests at heart. Like an abusive partner. Emet is a man obsessed with the past. It's what drives his every action and decision. You can tell that it has taken a severe toll on the man simply by looking at his hunched-over posture. Emet, like Ardbert, feels the weight of responsibility of those friends and family he left behind. But while such burdens drove Ardbert to despair and exhaustion, eventually culminating with his realization of the power of their legacy, Emet's burdens were a constant chain around his neck. It's hard not to feel sympathy for the Ascian. Everyone he loved was taken away from him in an instant, and, like Thancred, he is forced to view half-remembered, inferior copies of his world and his companions. Ardbert can speak firsthand to the devastating impact of loneliness and isolation. He was only alone for a century and it nearly broke him entirely. Emet has been forced to exist as a ghost in a sea of strangers. Not even allowed the release of death, Emet exists solely as an echo of the past, a reminder of better times. Through his thousands of years of existence, Emet tried his best to relate with the descendants of humanity, to understand if there was value to them. But like Thancred with Ryne, men always came up short. How could anyone ever live up to his impossible standards? A world he considered perfect was never going to have an equal in his heart.
Look at me! I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you, fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace. For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting, too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star.
Emet represents an all too often emotional attachment to the past. We love to look at the past with rose-tinted glasses and yearn for when the world was simpler and easier. But such a time never existed. Part of learning to be a well-adjusted adult is realizing that the good times were lost as a result of growing up. We were children. Things were simpler because we never had to worry about the big questions. Well, for those of us who are fortunate to exist in such circumstances anyway. This obviously isn't the case for everyone. As we will see with Endwalker, the old world Emet holds so dear was far from perfect. It had its own problems, and the path it was taking was perhaps doomed to failure. The final days were when humanity realized what truly mattered to existence, and an easy, painless life was not good enough. From discussions with Emet, it is clear he realizes on some level that even if he were to reclaim his lost heritage, it wouldn't be the same. You can't go home again, after all. Because even if your home hasn't changed, you have. On some level, I think Emet wanted someone to prove him wrong, to prove that the current world had value and was worth saving. As has been stated countless times in Final Fantasy XIV's story, living in the past will never bring you happiness, only more pain. You must always look to the future, a future that you can help and shape. And if you refuse to aid in its structure, then you are forever doomed to live in bitterness and resentment, or die never seeing your wishes fulfilled. For time and change marches on, and stops for no one. It's only after we defeat him, show him that there is in fact potential in our existence, that Emet finally stands up straight. His burdens having been lifted, his past is truly just a memory now. The future belongs to those who exist now. He does not rage, he does not cry at how this can be, but simply wishes for you to remember him and his people. Remember what they aspired to, how much they loved their world, how deeply they cared for one another. They were not always villains. They were people who in many ways shared our own ideals and virtues. They sought happiness wherever they could find it. And though their time is now truly over, the strangers they have gifted their world to will never forget them. With that promise made, Emet is able to accept his death with a smile. In contrast to his friend, Elidibus is a man obsessed with the future. He no longer remembers his brothers or the world from the past. He is simply an ideal given form. He does not seek understanding with the heroes, nor common ground. He is a stubborn man dedicated to a goal and a possible future that is no longer relevant. The Exarch calls him out on this directly, accusing him of failing to heed the lessons of the past. He ignores his own comrades' acceptance of the future of the world and its inhabitants. The only thing that matters to him is a goal without meaning, a path without end. In such a way, he betrays the very essence of his beliefs before he merged with Zodiark. He was meant to be the emissary, a person dedicated to understanding and finding commonality with different individuals, the mediator and the reconciler. His very existence is due to this ideal. He removed himself from Zodiark voluntarily to try and mend the disagreements among his people. His failure shattered him to his very core until he became a twisted mockery of his once sympathetic ideals. His status of mediator has been warped into manipulator. His need for reconciliation instead became a need for strife and division. His refusal to even engage with the heroes or find common ground with them is the truest betrayal to everything his past self stood for. His title may be emissary, but ironically, unlike Emet-Selch, he cannot achieve any such ideal. Elidibus in many ways is the true antagonist for the Exarch. The Exarch is a man from the future sent to the past to fight for a brighter future. Elidibus is a man from the past sent to twist the future into nothing. Elidibus' story is pretty damn tragic. He was just a child when the ancients realized that he was the best candidate to be the heart of Zodiark, and they went through with it anyway. In many ways, he's still just a child, unable to reconcile his goals with the past that he claims to fight so hard for. Unlike La Habrea or Emet-Selch, Elidibus never really uses his Ascian name when possessing other individuals. A part of this speaks to his role as manipulator and deceiver, but also works as subtle foreshadowing as to his fated nature. He is a man who has been stripped of identity and memory due to his reliance on the hopes and dreams of others for power. It is therefore highly ironic that he accuses you of the very same flaw, of forgetting your own history, and now you are but simply poor reflections of that which came before. As was stated previously, society's ideals, hopes, and dreams change with every generation through the ages, and something as universal as salvation can take on many different forms as it shifts and changes throughout the centuries. What Elidibus saw as people's greatest and exploitable weakness was in fact the very thing that allowed him to be defeated. If the people of Hydaelyn and her reflections had been just as ageless as the Ascians, Elidibus' nature would not have been stripped away as it had. Our fickle nature and the ever-shifting ideals morphed his personality, stripped away his identity and memory. As a primal, he is a living embodiment of an ideal. And the more stable the ideal, the more stable the primal entity. Elidibus is a man who is unable to let go of his burdens, unable to move forward because he embodies them. And so, unlike Emet-Selch, he goes out not with a smile, but crying and full of regret. And before we wrap up, let's talk about Grahatia for a second. Graha, or the Exarch as he is known on the first, sacrificed more than anyone to achieve his dreams. Like Emet and Elidibus, he fights for the future of those he cares about. His ideals are not beholden to the past like them, but a possible future. He knew his existence was finite, and that, like Elidibus, he was merely a conduit for an ideal or hope, made to achieve a desired outcome by those who awoke him. Unlike Elidibus, though, he never lost sight of the people who sent him or what he was truly fighting for. What makes the Exarch heroic then when he and Elidibus are essentially acting under a similar motivation? Is one side truly better than the other? Is fighting for a past that will never return truly worse than fighting to prevent a future that has already been decided? I think the main difference is obsession. Elidibus fights to enforce his vision of the past onto a world that no longer values or resonates with it. The Exarch fights to give people the opportunity to make their own future, decide their own destiny. The Exarch never truly accepts himself as a hero or savior, despite the fact that he very clearly is one. For him, a hero is one who can inspire others to greatness, who can create a future through the will to fight. For him, he is but a pedestal on which to prop up the true hero. The people who sent him back didn't send him to save himself, but rather you, because they knew that you could make the world a better place if given the opportunity. But what Graha fails to realize is that in the course of his efforts to save you, to prop you up, he has become a hero unto himself. If a hero is one that inspires others to fight, his struggle and his death serves as no better source of inspiration. Heck, he even says it himself.
My friend, with you, my mind and memory shall travel to the ends of the world and beyond. But in this place shall my body stand immovable. May it serve as an undying promise, not only to those who look to me for leadership, but to any soul who has known despair, that hope is everlasting.
Like Ardbert, the Exarch refuses to accept the role he plays in the story of the world. They who come before lead those who walk after. Such are the Exarch's own words as to what makes a true hero. Like Ardbert, he may not have personally saved the world, but his actions nonetheless allowed his people a fighting chance to build their own future. His actions and his decisions will be forever valued by those he left behind on the first. And while the source may never truly know his name or what he sacrificed to ensure their safety, the fact that the future he fought to prevent no longer exists is proof enough of his heroic deeds. G'raha constantly muses that he tried to reach the stars and failed, but the truth is he never needed to reach the stars to achieve greatness. He brought hope to a people who had none. He gave them a means to fight where before they were helpless, and he taught them to never give up, that even when things seem darkest, it is our own ideals, our own strength, that will see us to a brighter future. That is how we truly reach the stars. Shadowbringers is considered not only one of the greatest expansions of Final Fantasy XIV or any MMO, but one of the greatest Final Fantasy stories ever told, and with good reason. It set a standard that will prove difficult to match for many years to come. There may be disagreement as to whether Endwalker managed to meet those expectations, but I think Endwalker managed to expand on the difficult themes Shadowbringers chooses to grapple with. Hope is easy to lose, especially in impossible situations, and sometimes it can be harder to find hope for yourself than it can be to find hope in others. We are often our own worst enemy, and the lies we tell ourselves, the burdens we carry, and the pain we hold on to only ever holds us back and will cause pain to those we care about. It can be easy to give in to our despair, our hopelessness, to believe that there is no good ending for us. But all too often such thoughts can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Depression, self-doubt, and internal hatred are hard demons to overcome. Trust me, I have had first-hand experience. But part of overcoming such demons is not fooling yourself into believing you can do nothing. Help is always available. Those who care about you cannot fight your demons for you. At the end of the day, only you can overcome your own pain. But they can help pick you back up and push you back into the ring when you do fall down. I want to wrap this up with a message to anyone currently suffering through these difficult battles. The fighting is endless. The demon and the bully is always there. I know how exhausting it can be to just get through every single damn day, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. You will never be normal. You will never be whole, because such ideals of humanity never existed. We are all just monkeys on a giant floating rock trying to find happiness wherever we can find it, and to make the most of the time that is allotted to us. But when the fight is too difficult, and you feel you can't go on, remember that you are never alone. There are people who care about you, who want to see you succeed despite the odds, and even if you feel that you don't have anyone who loves you or cares about you, you're wrong, because I do. And I know that you will prove G'raha right, that no matter how far your journey may take you, and however hard it may be, the joy you have known and the pain you have felt will ever be your strength and your comfort. You are stronger than you think you are. Let no one, especially you, fool yourself into believing otherwise. For those of you that have stuck around for this long, I want to say thank you. I know that this was a lot longer than my other videos, and I promised at the beginning that it wasn't going to get to this length, but as can be clearly evident, I had quite a bit to say about this particular expansion. There were a few times where I thought I needed to edit myself down a little, but I didn't feel it felt right. So, if you're wondering why this video took so long, a lot of it had to do with that and the fact that I had to rewrite a few things. But I do appreciate you guys being patient with me, and I hope it was worth it. If you like what I'm doing, please feel free to like, comment, and subscribe. Really helps me out, especially since I'm just getting started on this platform. Endwalker is probably going to take a while, if I'm being honest. Now, I would love to promise that it's going to be, next month or something like that, but I honestly just don't know at this point. But, not to fear, I am going to be releasing some shorter form content in between now and the Endwalker release, so look forward to that. And yeah, thank you all for coming with me on this journey. I'll see you in the next one.